All right, here we go. We are live. Oh, nice, Sean. Right now we have a resplendent crew. We don't have our main man from Estonia on, so maybe he'll be joining us later. But we do have some of the normal zoo crew. After a long, prolonged absence, Rhiannon finally decided we were good enough to be graced with her presence and her shawl. Rhiannon.
Don't push it, or I'm out.
Okay. So are you feeling better, young lady?
Mostly feeling better.
Did they ever figure out what was wrong with you?
No, I got the standard, oh, it must just be a viral thing, so good luck response, which is awesome. Yeah.
I had $20 on you being pregnant. I guess I lose that money then.
It would take an act of religion miracle stuff for that to happen, so yeah.
All right, well, fair enough. Well, it's good to see you on. And we have the ever loquacious Barry.
How's guys doing?
Doing well, Barry. How have you been, buddy?
I'm doing better now.
Why? Because you're on the air?
In another sort.
Okay, fair enough. And of course, the professional hanger-on, Keith Collins.
Hello.
I want to be a professional hanger-on. How do you get one? How does one get a title like that?
You just hang out with a bunch of guys that actually do board game media too much.
Yeah.
Nice.
So you'd have to start publishing. Go ahead and send me all the money you got for Posthuman, and then and relinquish that, and then we can go forward from there.
Nice.
All right, that's Sean from Mr. B Games. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I don't know. I'm still waiting for my 1% royalty check from the Posthuman Kickstarter. So
Yeah, I'm still waiting for 1% royalty check too.
very fair. Okay, yeah, that's something I actually want to talk about because like both you and Jason, and I should say Jason Maxwell from 8th Summit Games.
Yeah.
How we doing, my friend?
Good, I'm doing great.
All right, cool. Well, they both Jason and Sean agreed to show up, and I'm sure they'll talk about some stuff they got going on, and something pretty big, obviously, that Sean has going on, and something pretty awesome that Jason's going to have going on real soon. But we've talked a lot about like Kickstarters, and yes, we're actually going to have like a little bit of a theme going, but we'll of course talk about whatever eventually enough. Has everybody seen the Avengers movie, by the way?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
You
haven't, Jason? Well, who cares? We can spoiler alert for everybody. You're about to, Jason? I thought you were a big comic book guy.
Spoiler alert! Batman died.
Richard is a big comic.
We can't. Everybody be quiet. Listen to Jason. What did he say, buddy?
Well, I just said Richard is the big comic book guy. I enjoy comic book movies, but not like Richard does.
Okay.
So I haven't seen it. Mad Max is.
I know Mad Max is gonna be so amazing. I can't wait to see that.
Yes, sir.
But
no,
cat never paid attention to me, but now suddenly she won't get out of my face. She hears all these voices. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Well, no, that's what'll happen with my cat. She doesn't pay attention to anybody until I'm in front of my computer. So, okay, here's the thing, and I'll let both either of you can answer, and you can. Both of you have Sean and Jason. You guys have done the Kickstarter thing. You've had successful Kickstarters, and I want you to talk about both projects you're doing and the upcoming project that Jason's going to go on in a second. But okay, so every single time, and this isn't necessarily what you guys have done, but it seems to me that like when I see Kickstarters, it's like they always have like this like they promote, and they go crazy, and then like and then like that last week they like shifted into overdrive, and they're just like, hey, tell your friends, tell your buddies, tweet it, Facebook post it, do this, and then they get that, and like the last 48 hours we can really push through to get all these rewards, and then like last 12 and the last 6, and then they get it, and then they have this big long discussion where they're like, we couldn't have done it without all of you. Thank you so much for all your help. Thank you for all your support. And then it's like Ghostland, and it's just like, and I understand that like there's like this huge like probably like, oh
I
my
was about to
gosh,
say,
thank
you were going to tell us we disappeared then, right?
well, yeah, it's just like it's like the ninja smoke bomb, and then it's just like they're gone. You know, I mean, and I mean, not all of them are like that. I mean, a lot of them are pretty good about it, but I know there's like a weird delay. I mean, how does it work? Okay, so the Kickstarter ends, and you guys have to wait like a certain period of time before you get your money, and like how does that work? So I mean, Sean, why don't you tell me like your experiences with that? What's the process after that happens? Like you say, you're still waiting for your money. Are you still waiting for your post-human money?
Oh yeah. It takes a few weeks for them to process all the credit cards. I mean, and then even on some campaigns, if you got 300 or 400 backers, it'll even take a few weeks. But when you get a bunch of them, even more, it just takes longer and longer. But the big thing is, honestly, when the countdown happens and it's like, boom, we're done, right? And we're like, update the last bits of the page, and we're like high-fiving everyone, saying, awesome, good job. We all collapse. At least I do. I'm sure Jason does. I mean, you go for so long, and you're like, you're on that page like every hour of every day. And I took the weekend off. Like, I mean, we all did, right? The whole everybody on the team, we were just like, talk to you guys Monday. Like, I'm gonna go do nothing for 2 days. Just
Well, also, there's a lot going on behind the scenes. As soon as it's over, I mean, I switch in overdrive. I'm still answering questions, and I feel like I do still post, but I kind of see what Lance is talking about.
Well, like I said, I'm not trying to call either of you two out for that kind of behavior, but.
Well, for me, I mean, I'm switching in overdrive. You got to finish files. You got to send stuff out for review and editing, and like this summer is going to be con season. Right after this next Kickstarter that I'm doing is going to finish. So as soon as actually while it's going on, I'm going to be traveling to Origins. So it's not like we've just taken a vacation. I mean, that's the opposite of the truth. I think Sean would attest to this. Either we are just crashing and gathering resources, which come back pretty quick, because you don't get a rest. You don't get much of a rest. I mean, your inbox is flooded. And
Well,
I spend half the day just answering emails sometimes.
Yeah. I'll get an email at work and I'll see it and like I won't want to type it out on my phone and then I'll be like, oh, I'll get to it eventually, and then it's like 5 days later I'm like, I was supposed to email that guy. So it's just, I can only imagine if you have an inbox full of like several hundreds. So I don't know. Hey,
That's the great thing about email now, saving loss. So you save your draft, you go, oh, I remember that email, and you can go back to it, and half of it's still saved there.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. Now that we got kind of a captive audience, do any of my illustrious co-hosts or buddies have any weird questions about Kickstarter stuff? Don't speak up at all once.
I just send people my money and get my game. I've not had bad experiences with Kickstarter, so I'm not too... Yeah. Although right now I am struggling because there's this thing called an adventure case, which is like a wooden dice box that like folds down and can be a DM screen. It looks amazing, and I totally want to back it. But I'm trying to convince myself that I don't need it, but I want
adventure case? What?
Yes.
Hold on. Talk about yourselves. I gotta find this.
It looks super sweet. Like, it is so pretty, and they can like custom put things on there, like emblems on the back of it.
I have their dice tray, and their dice tray is well made, so I'll tell you right now it's going to be well made.
Yeah, I went to their website to see if they just had one that I could just buy, and they're all sold out. I'm like, because I'm not patient. But it looks super cool.
This is so cool.
It is pretty amazing, yeah. And since I've taken to role-playing these days, I should get this, right? Right.
I wouldn't know that since you don't bother showing up for our
I have been sick.
This is so neat.
This is really cool.
Yeah.
We're all like, everybody's on and looking at it now.
It's going to be back before the end of this. I know it. Oh, I should have mentioned it.
Here.
Oh, man.
And the Kickstarter, it's an adventure case, and it's for like, it's a custom box that holds your dice. If you have the chat open, I put a link to it in there.
Don't worry, Jason. I didn't know how to open up chats and links. The last 2 times I was on, I was like,
You need a venture case with a metal symbol. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
not sorry. I brought it up. If I'm going down, the rest of you are coming with me. That's all I gotta say.
That's phrasing.
Still
Whoa,
stands.
that one with the hammer. That one with the hammer looks awesome.
Yeah.
All right, I need to close this. I gotta stop. This is so cool, and it can be a DM screen as well.
Yeah, it like props up the sides. They hit the table so that the thing with the symbol on it is up, so you can roll your dice behind it, and people don't need to see what you got because it's lined with felt and stuff, so it's not loud. But then it's, oh man, I'm gonna end up backing this. I know it.
I don't know. Lance obviously didn't scroll down far enough because we got one with a Viking on it.
What?
Yes, sir.
And it has little lights. Some of them have lights that hang down so that you could even play it in the dark.
Heck yeah.
Oh, Viking helmet.
You're done for. $75 spent. Courtesy.
I think I had to pay extra if I want the symbol on it, though, don't I?
Extra spent.
I'm gonna guess they would make an exception for you.
You know what, Sean? I will let you buy me this for instead of my 1%. There, I'll let you do that.
I feel like somehow I would be better off paying you my 1%, but.
All right, enough drooling over this. We gotta try to reach out to the person that makes these, and let's get them on here, and then maybe we can finagle that into free ones for ourselves.
Got it.
All right, cool. Well, okay, so let's actually there's a couple of things that are going on right now, and I want to talk to Jason because we were talking about Mad Max. And I am astoundingly lucky, and I'm going to highlight myself here really quick, because I have the only copy of this in existence right now. Defenders of Last Stand, I'm sorry. And this came to me today directly from Richard Lanius. Cool enough to send this his new design. And I'm going to since this is Jason's game, when does this hit Kickstarter, buddy?
The plan is May 14th.
May 14th. And it's a Mad Max game, a Mad Max Defenders of the Realm type game. You explain it, my friend. You designed it.
Well, that's where it started. I mean, 3 years ago, after I published my first game, I'm a big fan of Mad Max, so I knew a film was coming out in 2015. And so I started canvassing and talking to designers and telling them what I wanted. And I got various different replies, or I was showing prototypes that already existed, but nothing really matched what I was looking for. And then I talked to Richard. Richard had another game he showed me. It didn't quite match either. It came around. I mean, I kept this ongoing. I was talking with people, and then about a year ago, Richard said, hey, what if I took the Defenders of the Realm mechanics and I just set it in a new theme? And he wanted to do Mars, and that's where I stopped him. And I said, no, we're going to do a Mad Max style game. No, it's not Mad Max, as in we didn't get the license. But what I wanted was bikers and cars. I mean, we've never seen that really in a big board game where you have car miniatures and bike miniatures. And we added, some mutations. Like the Flying Beast and the Earthers, which are right on top of these big beasts. And so it's like a mix of Fallout and Mad Max, and it all came together beautifully. I mean, we've been working on it for a year, just exchanging ideas. We came up with a title on a road trip last September. And this is probably the most, I mean, Rich is already a workhorse. I know Sean can attest to this. He's just amazing. Amazing designer to work with. I mean, he's asking for something and he does it 10 times better than you. Sometimes, I mean, Sean, I mean, he's very supportive. I mean, he doesn't ask for anything, and he went at this just pretty much went into a cave and came out, mad genius style, going, "This is gonna be my big hit." This Defenders of the West End.
Lonnius is one of the nicest guys I've ever met, and I personally am so nerding out waiting to get this game. I am going to be first in line to play this thing, man.
Well, it's got everything that I wanted. It's got everything he envisioned. Of course, it's all his game and his design. I didn't really have put any input. I didn't need to. But I said, what if they mutate? And if they reach certain mutation level, something bad happens. And so we wanted to add mutations. We wanted to add the adventure storytelling aspect of it. So there'll be places on the board where you can go and you'll read stories aloud and you have encounters with dice roll. And this is inclusive with the Defenders of the Realm mechanic, right? So you can adventure and weaken the clan leaders. You can also collect certain cards, go to the clan leaders and attack them without doing the big battle. So there's just so many things going on. It's probably a bigger game than Defenders of the Realm. But it's just it's everything you want to see in a Lonnius game all rolled together from all his previous designs. Did I sell it?
He sold it to me, but I want to know who's using the walkie-talkie. Is everybody else hearing that too?
That's me over. Roger.
I wonder where Anthony is. Hey, we had Marty and Travis, the ever loquacious nut, just log in. Marty, how you doing, buddy?
Fine. How y'all doing?
I'm doing well.
Good.
Go search in Kickstarter for the next thing that's going to cost you $100. Go to find the adventure case.
Oh man!
I just linked it. You're welcome.
And Travis, you're not allowed to speak this evening.
Okay.
No, Travis.
I just had like a really bad board gaming experience, so I'm kind of on the down right now. So.
All right. Well, can you tell us the story in a little bit? Because I need to hit Sean up with a question here.
I don't really want to talk about it at all, so it's fine.
Oh, whatever. you're like that girl who says, "I've had a really bad day and nobody better ask me about it." And then you go sit in the corner and wait for somebody to ask you. Well, fine, I'll tell you.
I feel like I'm exactly that girl.
Well, go lie down on your bed and kick your legs up behind you, like the little girl you are, and then we'll get to you in a second here. All right, Sean. No, first of all, Jason, I got to ask you. I mean, I have the game and I've taken a look at it, so I mean, this is kind of a softball question. But now, so what? How? If somebody said to you, it's like, oh, so it's like just basically like Defenders of the Realm, but Mad Max style. I mean, what would you say to them when you say that they're wrong? I mean, that it changes
Well,
or
it's
that.
not Defenders of the Realm on steroids. I mean, all we took from Defenders of the Realm is that is the mechanic of the four armies marching toward the center of the board with the center city. But the rest of it's all new. I mean, the adventuring, the mutations, you got artifacts you can collect, you got set collection and cards. All that stuff is new. So, it's a combination of a lot of his designs from the past, all in one game.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to play this probably tomorrow night with my group, and then I'm hopefully going to try to get a review up by this weekend. So, I don't know. The game looks amazing. From what I've already looked at, I'm already digging it. But then again, I've been talking to you about the game for a while, so
that map, you knocked it out of the park with that map. That map is awesome.
And there's
Thanks.
still
Actually, I had 3 different people work on that map. So one person will work on it. I said, "It looks great. Let's just give this other person and let them enhance it some more." So yeah, we put a lot in this game. We invested a lot in this game because I figured, how could this be a bad investment?
Well, it shows. It looks fantastic, and I will be there day one.
Awesome. Well, speaking of Kickstarter stuff and day one and whatever, so something came back to life in the last day or two, WarQuest, and you guys relaunched that less than 48 hours ago, and it's already funded. You guys got 75 grand in your pocket, I see, or like 76 now it looks like.
Yeah,
So,
it was awesome.
So I wanted both you and Keith on, but Keith, I don't know, had something, he had to like work or something, so he couldn't be on. But so this is we talked about WarQuest before, and I mean, people who don't know what WarQuest is, they should go check it out. The game's amazing. So speaking as somebody that like you guys launched and this, I'm not trying to rub your nose in or anything, but you launched a Kickstarter. That, I mean, I thought it would fund. I mean, I thought it would eventually fund, and I thought it would do well. And but you guys shut it down and like reworked it and restarted it. So why did you do that? Why did you stop a game that was probably gonna hit its goal prior to that? And then well, obviously it's working since you're already at funded level. But explain the process that you guys went through. Making that decision.
Orcs. I blame it on the orcs. It was all on the orcs.
The orcs?
Yeah, it was the orcs, right? They were messing with everything, pulling the levers and the gears, jacking everything up. No, it was one of those things. We had some assets that we were waiting for that we were told we would have, and we were putting, I should say Keith was putting together the page, but, work was done much earlier on that, and I was working on Post-Human at the time, and so my time was split. Probably 90% of my time was over on Post-Human, and 10% of my time was kind of they would share a link with me or something, and I'd say, well, that looks great, and I didn't have a lot of time, right? And they put together a great campaign, and I'm super happy with what they did. Very proud of them. I know they were very proud of it, and it was just one of those things that at the end of the day, you can plan and plan and plan, for 6 months for your Kickstarter launch, and you can do everything right and have everything ready to go. But if you make a couple of mistakes early, meaning like you don't have your shipping set up properly, or you have a couple of weird questions you didn't get through your factory, or you didn't get your shipping done right, they'll derail your campaign in 3 days. So 6 months of work can go out the window because you didn't have a link properly. And what's interesting is a lot of that you can recover from on the Kickstarter page, but a lot of it you can't. So like if somebody backs a pledge level, you can't get rid of that pledge level. So if you have an error in it, you can't fix it. And so 4 or 5 days into it, I agree with you. I think they were well on their way to fund. And it was just one of those things, right? There was this confusion over what was a super stretch goal and what was a regular stretch goal, and confusion over what's going to be in the retail game and what's not going to be in the retail game. And so at the end of the day, we thought, let's just cancel it, regroup for a week. I got off of Post-Human. I said, look, I can put a lot of time into this to help everyone. Let's just, let's retool it and kind of, bring it back in and learn from all the lessons and from all the people that were there day one, and fix everything. I say everything, all the little tiny knobs. Let's just tweak everything just right and put it back up. And sometimes that's all it takes, and here we go, and here we are, the races again, so I'm glad we did it. At the end of the day, it gave us the chance to kind of fix, like I said, all the little things, throw a couple of add-ons in, fix all the shipping, change all the pledge levels. We actually were able to lower the prices on just about everything, so everything worked out for the better in the end.
Well, it's really cool, and you haven't changed any of the gameplay or anything like that. It's all, just it's still the same game. It's just it's the way that the presentation or what have you, if you will.
Absolutely, and presentation's key on Kickstarter, right? We're putting up a visual representation.
I lost you there for a second, buddy.
Keep going.
He's going.
He's gone.
But he has such a pretty look while he's gone.
Oh, look at him. Makes me sad. He was making a point. Let's all say mean things about him right now.
I was actually going to say that music for the video that they have up at the top of their Kickstarter like makes me want to back it. I'm like, I feel like I'm on a quest. This is so great. I did.
So how far do videos go and influence you in backing the game? I'm asking in general to everybody.
I think if like I don't know, I'm kind of, for me, it doesn't matter one way or the other. I mean, if it's a really shitty video, then I'm gonna be like, what the hell, you know? I mean, like, these guys, I mean, then I worry about whether or not they've got their act together. But if it's you know, as long as it's plausible, I'm a big believer in that video better not be longer than a minute, though. I mean, those ones you click on it, it's like some 17-minute, you know, conversation about the thing. It's like, no, I don't want to watch that. I want to watch. I mean, I'll watch a 17-minute review that somebody did of the game, you know. But I mean, I don't want to watch, because it's 17. Like, here comes my cat, like clockwork. No, just no. I mean, it's just like, but that's just my thing. You know, keep it short. That one. I mean, I remember you had me do that one video for you, Jason, and you're like, I need it under 5 minutes, and that was like the toughest video I've ever made in my entire life. I remember you asked me that. It's like,
he says he was screaming in his room, and his wife had to come up there, going, "What's going on? I can't make a short video."
You told me, yeah, this is what I wanted to say. Can you get that done in like 5 minutes? I was like, yeah, I think. Oh, my wife went and thought I was going nuts. I was like screaming in the basement. I was like, because I was trying to say what I wanted to say without. Oh, it was horrible. I can't shorten things down. It's not possible for me.
I think those videos is where I'm different than other people. I don't even watch them. I almost never watch the intro video. I just look for either a review somebody's done or a
That's why
playthrough.
I'm asking.
I
It was
never
a
watch the
super
title video.
fancy video for WarQuest, and I was like, wow, this is the fanciest one I've ever seen. But the music was just really nice, so it made me want to watch it. But I agree. If you have 17 minutes, put it down at the bottom. Like, I'm not going to sit there for that long. I'm checking it out quickly.
Most of Lance's reviews, thank you.
I think you're missing like 4 hours and 17 minutes.
You know, if you want to, Ryan, I was going to say, if you want to feel like going on an adventure, maybe show up for a Boom Quest session every once in a while. Anyway, so,
yeah.
Rhiannon's part of our semi-weekly Pathfinder.
I tell you what, if Rhiannon was there, we wouldn't have talked for 3 hours about what to do with that idiot we had tied up.
You're darn right. I'd been like,
you would have walked up, shivved him, and it would have been over.
Less chit chat, more stabby stab. That's what I would have done.
Yep.
We're talking over our guest, Jason. You had something you wanted to say about the video. No. You had something to say.
We did something different for our video. I contacted this guy who I knew made an independent movie called Blood Car back in, I don't know, 7-8 years ago. It's about.
I don't know what Blood Car is about, but I want to watch it.
You want to watch it. It's a really great movie. It's about it's in the future where cars will run on blood, human blood. And so it's actually very entertaining.
Sign me up!
And so I told him, can you film me a video? And he wanted way too much money. He works in TV now. But he hooked me up with these guys that are just out of college. And they came to me and they kind of proposed this low-budget video with live actors. And I was like, okay, you know what? They approached me. They were very professional. And man, these kids, they borrowed a lot of equipment. They all worked in TV on different like A&E shows and things like that. So they were able to get this really nice equipment. And they went out, they drove out to Alabama to a place which looked kind of like, apparently they said there's a desert there. Hard to believe. And they filmed this live action sequence of these guys chasing this guy, and it looks great. It's fantastic, and it's very professionally done. So I'm pretty thrilled about that. I don't know if anybody else will be when they watch it, but I think it's really great. And so that's going to be on the intro to our video, and then it's going to go into the game, and then there's going to be like a 3-minute, 4-minute of the live action sequence. You can go down the page, because I actually cut it down. I wanted to cut down to a minute. They're chasing this guy, and he's like, I'm not running from you, and you see this big shadow over him. But all these guys in this film, they look like straight out of Mad Max to me. Anyway, that's all.
No, that sounds cool as hell. I'm kind of hoping that's one of the things I really want to see. So, what? Did Sean ever come back?
Sean is not back.
Somebody, hold on a second. I got a little girl who wants to bother me about something. What's up?
Hey, dead air is always good.
Yeah, that's really exciting, isn't it?
You don't have to have me talk. Here, hold on. Barry, take over.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, there we go. All right, Jason. So how much prep goes into a Kickstarter before you actually launch it?
So you kind of phased out there a bit. Did you ask how much preparation goes into a Kickstarter?
Yeah, before you actually launch it. Like how far along is the game? Stuff like that. How important is artwork?
It depends on the game, but this one there was a lot of work, and I like to get just about all the artwork done, graphic design done, like all the artwork done, and the game pretty much is developed, and play tested and all that. That usually takes me about a year before the game's ready. Now, if you want to go until it's absolutely finished, it could take longer, a year and a half.
Yeah, I was just always curious, like, what stage in the game do you say, all right, it's ready to launch, even if it's not done? I'm sure.
Most art done. I like the templates for the graphic design on the cards done. Maybe not the cards all themselves done, but how the templates are all done and the graphic design's done. The box is pretty much done. We tweak it here and there. The rules don't always have to be done, but the rough draft needs to be written, maybe a few graphics inserted in there, but it's pretty far along. I've had some games that didn't take a whole lot of preparation, like Till Dawn just took 2 or 3 months because it was a very small card game. But most of them I like to have pretty far along. I don't want to put it up and then it'll be a year later and people are going, "Where's their game?" I like to have it done within 2 or 3 months, usually 1 to 3 months after Kickstarter is over.
All right, cool.
Come on, Barry. You got 10 minutes left in the Barry 15. Come on, let's go here.
We're up to 15 now? Jesus.
Yeah, we're up to 15. see, Barry is the loquacious nut of the group, and so. Oh, here, hold on. We'll softball it. Travis.
Oh, am I allowed to talk now?
Yes, you're allowed to speak, Travis. Travis, what's same question to you? Like, how much the preparation aspect of when you've done your Kickstarters?
Well, on the last one, we had everything done. So literally, the moment the Kickstarter was over, we uploaded. Well, actually, that's not true. We needed like 24 hours for the artist to finish doing the backer art. So I like to have it all done beforehand because you never know what kind of problems you're going to encounter. For example, this time we were ready. Well, pre-press, it took them 6 weeks. Even though we uploaded, they hit a snag. There was like a rasterizing issue or some crap with the factory. Our broker tried to use a different factory, so it ended up costing us a bunch of extra time. So I like to have it all done. The artwork, we got 3 Kickstarters we're getting ready to put up in a row here, and we're getting everything done. Everything will be done whenever it's ready to pop. The only things that won't be done will be if there's interactive stuff like backers pay to be in the game, or we plan out all the stretch goals and everything. I guess if there's a curveball or something, if a project does really well. Our first one wasn't as organized because it was our first Kickstarter, so we didn't really, there was no precedent for us at that point.
How about you, Steve? Or Sean?
Steve! Sean, you're back. What happened? The cat tripped over your cord? What?
Yeah, it's that whole Microsoft thank you for installing auto updates that just happened at perfect opportunities, like right in the middle of talking.
You didn't hit the postpone button.
I didn't even see it. I was like, what just happened?
The question that was asked of the publishers was usually and this is kind of I know you said that like the WarQuest one you did a little more preparation, but prior to that one, like you had successful ones, like obviously Posthuman went through the roof, but you had ones before that did well too. How much preparation went in to it before you got it out there and went live?
For me, it's a lot of preparation. It's a lot of work. I mean, it's sometimes could be 6 months worth of build-up before you're ready to go, sometimes longer. And when we go, I always have a loose plan, but for me, my loose plan is kind of like I got the first couple of goals, and then I have a big scratch pad of ideas, like things that we were working on with the designer, or and I try to make mine go a little more organically. And I try to kind of let the backers kind of tell us what's a cool thing to do or what's not a cool thing to do. And they're all fleshed out ideas, but I don't know if you know what I mean by that, but like the idea being if people want us to make it solo play and we've sort of started to go down that road, but we don't know if that's something people are going to want, then it's an option. Or a couple of games I put up that they played phenomenally with 3 and 4 players, and everybody wanted a 2-player version, and it was like, well, we played it a bunch of times, and the 2-player doesn't work, so we just don't offer that. But one time, a backer said, well, you could solve that with XYZ, and we all went, wow, we could solve that, right? So, I mean, sometimes an idea strikes you, and then you can make something happen. But for me, so when one ends, we get super busy, for about a month after, tightening up all the bolts, making sure all the artwork's solid and final, getting all the files for pre-press, and then and then we try to print. So that's kind of, I guess, the process for us anyway. And I agree with what Travis said. My first one was like, I had no idea, right? Like, I mean, I'd done them before at previous jobs, so I had some idea. But I think if you go into a Kickstarter thinking you're gonna have some crazy huge success and you've planned it all out too far in advance, you could wind up really putting yourself in a bad place. I'm just happy if I can get funded, honestly. If I can make 25, 30,000, and that will help defer the majority of the costs, it sure just makes publishing a lot easier for me anyway.
Yeah, I think being pliable is a good plan. I mean, in our first one, we were, we put up Heroes Wanted, and we thought, we were like, we'll fund. I think we'll fund. We'll probably make like 50 grand or something. And then we ended up making, 400, almost 500 times what we needed or whatever. And the whole time we were just, like, our graphic artist at that point was literally just making stretch goal graphics. That's all he was doing, because we were, like, blowing through stretch goals so fast that he couldn't work on anything. He was just, like, making stuff for our page. And to, the passive observer, everything seemed like, wow, these guys are really under control. Well, I quit my job. I had to quit my job. I was literally on my computer for like 16 hours a day, just answering questions, diffusing stuff. And then the second one, it was the complete opposite. We couldn't. It was like no one was talking, but they were giving us money. I mean, they were funding us. There was no, complaining or any of that stuff. So it was night and day between the two we did. So I think it'll be interesting to see, now that we're doing a project that's not related to Heroes Wanted, because we've kind of got a built-in audience, what that's going to mean. We don't know. Like, we don't plan like, hey, we're going to make $1 billion off of this. Our goal is to fund the game and to find out how we can affordably make the game and put that realistic number up for people, and if they're interested in helping the project to reach that point, then awesome. If we go beyond that, even more awesome. I mean, we know how to plan for stretch goals and stuff. You should have all that stuff planned, but we don't like to let the lunatics run the asylum,
Oh yeah, and I'm with you, and I think you nailed it. Like for us, for Posthuman, we had plotted goals out to 55, right? We were asking for 27, so we plotted goals to double, and then we had a wish list of. And I told the guys, what happens if this thing just goes crazy, right? What's your wildest dreams? And the Mighty Fox guys were like, well, maybe we'd hit 100, right? Like, maybe. Like, in my wildest dream, I'm like, okay, well, let's throw up some ideas if for some reason we needed goals up to 100. And we put together some stuff, but we didn't make the graphics or anything because, we didn't want to go in expecting that we were going to nail it. And yeah, we were the same way. Our graphics guy Fabrizio, man, that guy was nonstop. 12, 14 hours a day, just making stuff for the page. All the graphics on the game were on hold because everybody was just focusing on the page. And it was. I mean, we were on Skype, multiple hours of the day going, okay, how can we work this out? What can we do here? What'd you get from the factory? What's this price? Just trying to come up with new goals. And it was great. It was a great experience. And when you're done, you need a huge nap.
Yeah. This one was like, it was really, I was almost disappointed in how, like in our first one, like we were being accused of, like corrupting because of the fact that you could be male and female tops, bottoms. Like, we had this one backer that was telling us we were like pushing a transgender agenda on the public and like just all these like really weird like like threatening email, not like, I mean, just like crazy people kind of emails. We didn't have any of that stuff this time. I would have killed to have another like like an anti-vaxxer come after me or something interesting like that, but it was just real mellow this time around.
Yeah, they're always different. I mean, I can remember running a campaign for Spurs, and we funded pretty quickly, and we hit like 2 stretch goals, and I was okay with that. I mean, and what's ironic is up until, I mean, of my published designs, that's our best-selling game. You know what I mean? But on Kickstarter, it just didn't resonate. It wasn't a huge thing. But to us, that's all we needed, was just enough to get it made. And once we got it out there, everybody said, wow, that game's actually pretty good. And that's all I can ever hope for is anytime we throw a game.
We literally had all of the stretch goal graphics and everything planned out 6 weeks before we launched this time. So we were way, 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 way ahead because we just didn't want to hit any snap. We hit every production hiccup you could possibly hit on our first game, like, and got our games the day before Gen Con, and that involved us driving 5 different cars to meet in a pharmacy parking lot because the truck driver decided he wouldn't drive them into the neighborhood because, we don't have like an office or anything. We're operating out of our houses at this point. So yeah, we got our stuff just like the day before. I mean, we hit every single problem. So now I'm just paranoid. So I want to get everything as done as possible beforehand to avoid, labor strikes and bad weather and shipping issues and all this other crap that can happen.
Oh, I can relate, my friend. For Origins, I flew into Chicago, and this was before I was working with Keith, or Keith was actually at Queen Games at the time. I stayed at Keith's house. I literally called him and said, hey, I'm in Chicago. Can I crash on your couch or something? Because it was super late at night. He's the only guy I know that's up. And I literally the next morning he dropped me off at a Penske location. I drove to the rail yard where my container had been sitting for 3 weeks in customs. They didn't have any vehicles to go pick it up. And I hand-loaded it onto a Penske truck and drove it to Origins. And we shipped people's Kickstarter rewards from the parking lot of Origins on Monday and Tuesday. And then we went and set up on Wednesday, and the show opened on Thursday. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah. There was 5 of us loading 4,000 pounds of games into cars and then driving them like 2 miles to my friend's house to stage them. It was, but if that's what it takes, right? I mean, it's like one of those things that after it was all said and done, after Gen Con was done and it was really good for us, no one was sitting around complaining about how we had to meet up in the parking lot. No one was complaining about, that we had typhoon avoidance weather. It's like we got the games and we got the job done, and that was really what kind of mattered. But still, avoiding that stuff is, awesome.
That's true, and that's awesome. I'm glad. It actually warms my heart to know that other people have gone through similar things, and it's a testament to you, Travis. I mean, you guys went the extra mile to make sure you guys get their stuff, and that's awesome.
No, I mean, when our first, my daughter was, getting ready to be born whenever we went to print. This is my first kid. My first kid is on the way. It's our first game. I mean, I was a mess. I was definitely not. We had a pretty bad experience with our first printer, and oh my God, like the stress level was through the roof. But this time, we have a really competent factory partner. We know more what we're doing. You kind of take your lumps, and then you know how to handle things a little bit better.
Sure, absolutely.
So
Barry,
are all
you're
three?
so nice today.
Shush. Are all three of you going to be at Gen Con this year?
I won't.
That's right, Jason. You're not going to be there. Why aren't you going to be at Gen Con?
I wasn't in last year, so they filled up, and they told me they used the lottery system to select people. And so,
Wait a minute. I could have sworn I saw you at Gen Con last year, didn't I? Or am I crazy?
well, I was piggybacking last year.
Oh,
I
okay.
wasn't actually.
Well, that stinks. I'm not going to see you at Gen Con this year.
Yeah, well, I mean, Gen Con is a big time sink. That's just another month for me to plan another game. To be honest, it'd be great to be there, but it wasn't an option this year.
Well, maybe you can save some of that money that you won't be spending at Gen Con to get yourself one of these adventure cases.
Or to pay Lance his 1% royalty that he gets on everything.
I think the most I'm pointing out is that if you're a small publisher and if you're doing it right, you're pretty much panicking all the time. I don't think the big guys have to do that, but I know for me, maybe not every week, but like in the last week, it happens constantly where you're in this situation like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Because there's a lot of things to learn here that I know I personally haven't learned yet, and so I'm learning on the fly, and I get this new piece of information about something coming to me, and I have to figure it out. That sounds like exactly what Sean and these guys are doing. You're figuring it out as you go along.
The best advice I was ever given was from my grandmother, and this is actually an actual quote from my grandmother. She said,
"Always rap the rascal."
No, my grandma's cool. She's not some geriatric old timer with like a pickaxe slung over her shoulder.
That's what I think of geriatric people.
I picture most old people carrying pickaxes.
My grandmother's,
they absolutely do.
My grandmother's quote was, "Ask until you get what you want, or you get a restraining order." Now I know that sounds a little creepy, but her context is she was, she graduated high school, didn't go to college. She became a CEO in the 80s and 90s as a woman when it, not a lot of gender equality in the workplace, and she kind of just made herself up from nothing. So. And she, it's true. I mean, like you wouldn't believe, we've even with our printing partners and stuff. It's like, hey, what would you give us if we put your name on the box? Or like just little tiny things that you can think of to ask people that can save you money, and build you goodwill with your partners and other people in the industry, things like that. I mean, I got an email 2 days ago from our printing partner, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're on point to put your game on a boat on the or we're going to finish printing on the 25th." And I was like, "Got an email right here that says the 20th," and they're like, "Oh yeah, well it's busy," and I'm like, "The 20th sounds better. We're going to do the 20th," and they're like, okay, the 20th it is. Now if it comes out the other end of things that way, but definitely got a pushback. It's weird when you're talking to these people you've never met before in China and all these other places, and you're confiding them. Here's tens of thousands of dollars to make a product. I've never seen you before. Please help it happen and without any issues. So, and like I said, on our first project, we had the first printing, a real nightmare situation. So don't get a restraining order. Just ask,
Well, here's my weird question. Do you think that when you're as a publisher, I don't know, I mean, you guys, Sean, you've been in the game for a while, and Jason, well, all of you have. Do you think that the publishers try to take advantage of the smaller guys because they can kind of push them around or put their needs
what do you mean by publishers?
To the back?
Manufacturers?
Well, I'm sorry, manufacturers.
Oh,
manufacturers,
absolutely. We had a meeting. If you want to know who our printing partner was, you can just look on the back of the box of the first printing. But we actually had a meeting with with these people, and we had the issue where the card backs were printed upside down on one of the cards, and we actually didn't approve that file. Like, their engineer went in and just like messed with stuff and put it to print. So we got our, here we've gone through this whole process. We get our game, we look at it for the first time, and our hearts just sink. And we wanted to meet with them at Gen Con, and they just wanted to avoid us. They wanted nothing to do with us. And they said, and I quote, "Well, if we knew that quality was important to you, we wouldn't have used this printer." And I'm like, isn't quality implicit? Like, wait, what? like how what? And yeah, I mean, it was. I mean, so I think that because we were new, because we were told straight up, like, you're a bit player in this. Like, you mean nothing to us. We have way bigger clients than you. You printed 4,000 games. Who cares? So absolutely, I think so. I think that there's absolutely an unfortunate disparity in respect, and I think a lot of that is based off of how much you're putting in, how much you're printing, and there's a lot of people doing this now.
Travis, what you were talking about brings a question to mind for me as the consumer. What do you have to do when you switch printers or manufacturers so that you make sure all your components, like say you're doing an expansion, match your base game, etc.?
Well, you send samples in, obviously. I mean, we were very lucky that the guy that's our graphic designer is an industrial pre-press factory manager. So he just happens to be a guy that likes board games, and he works in a job that is similar to the factories in which the game is going to be made, at least in like the offset printing and things like that. So he speaks the language of them. So we send them a sample, we show them, a sample, and we say we need to duplicate that. In turn, they send us back samples, say how does this look, etc. And we kind of work. Luckily, we have this guy that can speak the language. Hey, you need to change this technical term to do this, and the saturation is blah 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 blah. I mean, you're going to get disparity in card quality and stuff in a print run. Like toward the end of the print run, if the machines, they're loading more ink in or whatever, or if they switch machines, things like that. So I think it's really hard to have any print run where the game it looks perfectly the same, especially between. But I feel like it looks pretty spot on between the two. We printings that we've done, we addressed the issues that were like the card backs, and there were a couple typos and stuff that we missed, and we addressed those as well. So I don't know. What do you think, other publisher guys?
Other publisher guys.
I know Sean. I don't know the gentleman in the flash shirt. I'm sorry.
That's Jason Maxwell, chump. He published
Jason Maxwell Chump. Is that a hyphen, Maxwell Chump?
He published
your last name.
Eighth Summit Publishing, Run Fight or Die.
Okay, yeah. I gave you like $100 last year.
Actually, I've been pretty lucky with my experiences. I first went with a broker my first 2-3 games, and then we did a real hardcore search going to printers directly after that, and I found one I'm just extremely happy with, and he's currently doing all my stuff. I'm looking around for a backup printer, but he's also a small guy. He just opened up his factory a few years ago, so he doesn't have a lot of big companies. He has some big companies, but he doesn't have a whole lot of volume like these other printers.
In the off chance
I
that
email him.
Jason, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but in the off chance that a fledgling publisher might be watching this, are you willing to share the name of this guy, or is it something maybe they could contact you and ask you for it?
Yeah, sure. It's Magicraft.
All right. Thanks. Okay, go ahead. Tell your story, man. I don't know if it was like a super secret, like it was.
Some people don't want to share that. We've actually had people say they want us to pay them for their contacts within the industry.
Me, Travis, because I get a lot of that. I talk to people, I can tell they're holding back. But I mean, it's hard. It's kind of silly to me because if somebody wants to print a game and you tell them a piece of information, it's not like they can take that information and voila, they have a game. I I mean, they have to put a lot of work behind that. They got to go talk to the guys. They got to develop a relationship with the guys. They got to take their ideas and actually, even if you give them the ideas, and make them flower. It's not as simple as here's my idea, here are my secrets, here's who I use, and you're going to be able to use it. I don't think so. I mean, I'm pretty much an open book with this kind of stuff. But I mean, you know, I don't think anybody's going to take, unless they're extremely serious about printing the game, and they do the work, and they go in there and approach Magic Craft and develop this relationship and learn how to communicate well with them, they're not going to go anywhere with it. And if they are serious about it, it doesn't matter what you tell them. That's the way I see it.
That's cool. Rhiannon, do you have any questions for the publishers?
No, I don't. Like I said, I throw my money at the people who, you know, make their product look good enough. And I guess that would be one question, like with the just abundance of junk. I mean, you guys can do all of this back-end work, which sounds like it's amazing that you do, but there's so many people who go on to Kickstarter who are like, oh, I'm a designer today. Ta-da, here's my game. I'm going to, you know, kickstart this, and then in 6 months, even though it's never been play tested or anything, it's going to be on your doorstep. I mean, how do you combat that? Because some people, I think, getting into the hobby are like, oh, great, that's perfect, and they don't realize that it takes all this other stuff to get a good, whatever that means, game. So when they hear, like, oh, it's going to be like a year for delivery, I don't know, I'll just give my money to this other guy.
I mean, I think I've been watching Kickstarter very closely, and it seems to me that it's getting harder and harder for new companies to enter unless they have a really novel idea, really put a lot of energy into the Kickstarter. I might be wrong on this, but it seems to me like it's more and more established companies. That's where all these kind of trends seem to go. It's kind of like established companies come in, and they just kind of grow on it and get bigger and bigger. And it kind of, unfortunately, pushes out newcomers more and more. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I necessarily agree with that, because it really seems like, you know, and I think this is more emblematic of the world we live in today, where if you have a camera on your phone, you're a photographer, and if you have GarageBand on your laptop, you're a music producer. It's like, so, you know, I'm a game designer because I've got 3 friends and some dice laying around my house. So
you don't have 3 friends.
I count you as 2 of them because you were tall enough. So
oh.
I want us to do I want us to cosplay Master Blaster this time.
Can I be master?
No, I don't. I have a rotator cuff injury, so I don't think that's gonna be
good. You and Manny Pacquiao, always with the excuses.
Oh, here we go. I'm so sick of being compared to that guy. It's like every day. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think there's definitely there's truth to what you said, Jason. I mean, there's certain, like, you look at, there's plenty of companies. What's that?
Somebody's phone went off, so I said answer your phone.
It sounds like there's like someone. It's like outtakes from The Exorcist in the background. I hear like Latin and going in reverse in the background.
I don't know. Sorry, Travis. That was me. Sorry about that.
I did notice that Sean has a. I haven't seen a fan like that since like the '90s. It's really awesome. Is that a fan in the background?
He turned off his video.
No, right there. It gets super warm in here. What can I say?
No, hey, listen, it's cool. I haven't seen a fan in a long time. I'm not judging you. You can have a fan, you know. I have 3 friends. You have a fan. It's all
one. You know? I have exactly 1 fan. He's my biggest fan, actually.
Oh.
So Rhiannon, I definitely think that there are people that put up things and they don't understand. Like I help run a game designer and developer group here in Indianapolis, and you know, one of the most common things I hear is when people say, I don't care if I ever make a penny doing this. I want to make games. And you know, I pointed this out to the group. I was like, if you don't understand that, like, that you're taking an idea and you're putting it out there in the hands of people, that comes with a responsibility. It's not just, I'm going to make a game because I'm vain or for some weird version of nerdy altruism and put it out in the world, not have tested it, not have done any research to know how to make the game and get it from point A to point B. You probably shouldn't be making games. Like, you really shouldn't be making games. So, and unfortunately, I think that because of the Kickstarter culture, people can do this and they can replicate what they think the process is. I mean, I've got money tied up in a lot of projects right now that I don't think I'm ever even going to see, you know, from Kickstarter stuff. So, and these are all people who are, hey, you look at their risks and challenges, and it's like, our biggest risk is we're so awesome. And you're like, that's not what that part of the Kickstarter page is for. You're supposed to be honest.
Aren't you kind of an idiot for backing them then, if you gave them money, if that's what they put down their risk and challenge was?
Sure. Yeah, I'm an idiot.
Well, like what? Here, I'll call you out. What name something that you back that you think you'll never get any money, you never get anything back on?
That I'm doubtful that I'm going to get things back on?
Yeah.
I don't really want to. I mean, can't we just make fun of people who are established in the industry? I don't want to pick on people who don't.
Fine. Can
I just complain about Martin Wallace for like 10 minutes? Because I just played Mythotopia and I feel like hurt inside because of this game.
I was not a fan of that game.
I feel like I watched someone like punch a baby deer in the face. Like it was such a profoundly negative experience for me. It was
did you play it with 3? Did you play it with 3?
I played it with 3.
That's why. The game is because did you run into the problem where like basically 2 people slug it out while one person like runs off and does their own thing?
No, I ran into the problem where someone had the card Diplomat and made their deck lean, and then they could draw their whole deck every other turn and turbo fog everyone out of the game while we just sat there unable to do anything. It sucked. I like Martin Wallace.
Sean, what's your opinion of Martin Wallace?
He's gone.
Martin's
He's
a
gone
very
again?
nice guy. Martin's a very nice guy.
I like.
Thank you for that very very
Sean,
eloquent.
Don't fan comment make you shy, man. Turn your camera on. It's fine.
No, I mean, Sean, I'm not trying to call you out or anything. I just know you've worked with Martin on several things, and you helped him out with some rules rewrites and things like that. That's pretty cool.
No, I actually, in all honesty, I have utmost respect for Wallace. He, was a big influence on me early. I was a huge fan of all of his early stuff. I loved Way Out West. I loved Age of Steam. There was a time, Brass, right? There was a time where he did no wrong in my eyes, right? Everything that came out was just fantastic. Kinesia was like that for me for a while in the 90s and early 2000s. I got to work with Wallace. I got to work with Kinesia. I was very, very lucky early on in my career to get to do those things. And it was great working with those guys. And they're always, professionals and super nice and easy to deal with. And, then, of course... I'm going
to give you a softball. Sean. So, I mean, you kind of grow up you're a fan of the games, then you actually then get to meet the guy and work with them. What's that like? I mean, is that just is it hero worship for the first week and then you just get down to business, or what is it?
The first day, I mean, I'm not going to lie, the first time I met Kinesia was at Gen Con, and we were supposed to get together and look at a design or whatever, and I was like, oh my god, this is great, I was super excited. And we were walking somewhere, and I saw I had a missed voicemail, and I pick up my phone to see what it is, and I dial it, and on the phone, it's like, hey Sean, it's Reiner Kinesia, looking for you, let's get together and play this game. And I'm like, I'm never going to delete this message ever in the history of ever off of my phone. And then 20 minutes later, I got up there and I got to play something with him, and a half an hour after playing the game, I was like, so when are you going to show me something cool, raw?
I'm sorry. I was like, what are the half an hour after I got done, I deleted the voicemail.
No. I was still excited to be one of my idols, one of my heroes in gaming, right? But I was like, okay, these are all really and I even mentioned to him in And he was like, well, what do you know of my games? And I started rattling off, well, let's do Money, let's do High Society, right? Like, these are classics. Like, what about those? And he was like, well, I just got the rights back to those. Do you want to do those? And I'm like, well, yeah, let's do those then, right? Because I wasn't liking what I was seeing. And that was when I had that click of reality of even somebody that you look up to, that's your idol or your hero or whatever, what it still comes down to at the end of the day is you have to play the game and like it. You know, I'm not going to just take a Kinesia game because I like the guy. Right, it's still got to be a good.
But a lot of people would.
Good point. Good point. Very good point.
Look no further than that relationship tightrope game. Remember that one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, don't you guys think it's weird that so he made A Few Acres of Snow, which I think is awesome, but it has that, the Halifax hammer issue, if you're familiar with that.
And now supposedly can be beaten. Somebody came up with a way you can beat it, I guess.
But isn't it weird? So he made all these awesome games like Steam and Brass and all that, and it seems like he keeps replicating A Few Acres of Snow with like A Study in Emerald, Mythotopia. I guess it ends there, but this like deck builder idea, like it's weird to me. Like it's really weird to me.
Well, others don't. I mean, Matt Leacox did it with Pandemic. He's
yeah,
on
but
a iteration of that. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, do you think that those games have sold as many as Pandemic?
Nah, I don't.
It's like so. Matt Leacock planted a tree and like it just started spraying money into the air. Like a little different. Like, it's like, hey, you should plant another one of those. Holy shit, I did it again. It's like,
I remember I got to interview Matt Leacock, which was actually really cool. When the Thunderbirds thing was in Kickstarter, and it was like I said I just started off. I apologize for telling everybody who listened that Pandemic isn't a very fun game, and he said and he totally like, and he was joking, but he totally kind of stone faced for a moment. He's like, it's not like it affected the sales. Just like, oh man, I respect you so much for like just popping the balloon there. So yeah, he was really cool about that. But anyway, so there you go.
We got a viewer question here.
Well, what's the viewer question?
Spiral Mind 64 is asking, are there companies that can be hired to run Kickstarter campaigns for a developer?
If there are, I wouldn't work with them.
I've known of a couple.
Doing that?
GameSloop did it for a while. They had a thing called Springboard, didn't they?
That was meant to be.
Who's laughing? Who's laughing in the background? No, GameSloop had something called Springboard for a while, and there was another one.
I mean, that's all GameSloop does on Kickstarter. I mean, that's what they do. They run Kickstarter campaigns for people.
You know what Springboard was, all right?
No, I mean even their.
No. What was it? Well, here, Jason. What was Springboard? Tell me.
That's GameSloop.
Yeah.
Well, I know it was GameSloop, but I mean, was that was their like weird? I don't know. It was like some weird subsidiary company or something.
Yeah, it was just their marketing.
No, I think there was a point where, because I talked to them about my first game, like where they could like show you from top to bottom, they would do everything. So like you could parse out what you wanted. Like, hey, I need graphic design and help with marketing, or hey, I need warehousing, and so they had like these different sort of like modular packages so that they could, they were essentially like a publisher. I mean, but not a publisher. So it was strange to me, but I don't know. I like Dan Yarrington. I think he's a funny guy. Or
he's hilarious.
Is he? Well, he's wearing like at BGG Con. He's wearing like a Captain America belt buckle, a Stetson, and then like a sweater vest. It was just like he just needed to take a dump to Texas, and it would have been like complete.
What was that, Jason? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, buddy. Jason?
Yeah.
You made some comment about Dan. I didn't catch it. I apologize.
Oh, no, then it was just a joke.
Oh, all right. I can take a hint. No,
no, my sound keeps going out. I'm only hearing bits and pieces.
Well, if you're gonna be a guy who publishes board games and makes thousands of dollars on Kickstarter, I'm going to need you to. I'm gonna need you to upgrade your microphone just a little. I'm just gonna let you know that right now.
I like that. I like that his camera looks like security footage, like the police would be watching later. You know, like
They probably are.
Well, at least it's all blurry, so like it looks real. Unlike like if you watch like CSI, I remember one time I was like when CSI was like a really popular show or whatever, and like they'd always show the camera footage of something. And I remember there was one episode where they said like whoever attacked you must have known where the cameras were. They never show themselves or whatever. And then they show like this scene where the woman who was murdered like turns around and she has this look of fear in her eyes or something. Like, oh, she must have seen him right then. And they're like, pause it. Zoom in on her eye. They zoom in on her eye and they get the reflection of the guy in her eye. So they had a picture of it. And I was like, what warehouse has this camera? We're going to need an ultra high def $1 million camera for this corner of the warehouse, just in case. Great stuff.
where's Robin tonight?
I don't know. Is Estonia being shelled, or is there, or did he go? Did he? You know, I know he's in the Netherlands. Is he in the red light district or something?
Oh no, you know what?
Well, he lives in farm country. He is not at any place exciting.
He probably got grounded for being on for 6 hours 2 weeks in a row.
It was only 5, and that is not happening tonight, just so everyone knows. So, Sean had to leave. Oh, that stinks. Oh, well.
Just now realizing.
Welcome to 5 minutes ago.
Oh, I hardly ever look at the chat. I talk to you people. Well, that's too bad. Everybody go back WorkQuest. The game's amazing. I gave him too much of my money already, which is, you know, it's like why I can't pull the trigger right now on the adventure case. Though the adventure case does look pretty awesome. Ow, cat! You're horrible. Yeah.
I have a question for our publishers.
Yes.
So I've backed a Kickstarter or two.
Kickstarter
Understatement of the year.
Kickstarter
Okay,
40. More
I think
like.
it's 169 in the last.
Holy
I checked, something
crap!
like
Are you kidding me?
that. No, it's pretty close to that. My question for our publisher friends is, why do I still get rule books from even some major publishers that are completely just full of typos and garbage when if you don't have an editor, you have 1,000 backers who will edit that sucker for free for you?
Sure, but that's like saying like, hey, I know 1,000 people that will be your stylist for free. Like that comes with no guarantees of quality whatsoever, you know?
No, but between yourself and getting some feedback from your people that actually have a vested interest in your game because they've purchased it and want it to be as good as it can be, why do we still get stuff that's just completely wrong in rulebooks?
Jason, go ahead.
Pass the question to me. Well, I don't know about big publishers. I mean, I think they should I think they should have good rule books. But as small publishers, on the other hand, I mean, it's a very intensive project putting a rule book together, and editors cost a lot of money. And I mean, I pay for an editor, but we both still miss things, you know. And even Richard going over it, and even sometimes, you know, they make it public. You got all those things together, and then when you're going back and redoing it, I mean, it's like a constant effort. You're constantly rewriting, you're constantly reviewing, and somebody else is constantly doing the same. For small publishers, it's just really hard.
Yeah, I can say this. I mean, one of the parts of my job is like writing training procedures for employees and things like that. And I will have a procedure that I've written and I've rewritten and written and rewritten over and over again for like the last like 25 days, and then like you get done and you're like, okay, I'm gonna do a final look over, and it's like, and then by that time, it's like one of the tricks they say is read it backwards. Like start at the back and read it backwards, so you're reading every single word, because to catch like the misspellings and stuff, because you've read it so many times that your brain just doesn't let you read it. It just glosses over what you're reading.
Well,
And
which is why a fresh set of eyes usually helps if you have somebody else look at it. But then you run into the problem where, and I'm not trying to answer the question for you guys, but I mean then you run into the problem where you give the rules to somebody, and other than them just like reading, like looking for typos, I mean, if they don't know how the game is played or they haven't play tested or anything like that, then yeah, they don't have a frame of reference.
You know, we actually have a graphic designer we're working with right now on the next project we're going to put up. He was, you know, concerned about the amount of text on some of the cards. And my partner is a like verbiage stickler like there is no other. Like verbiage is very important to him. More so, I would say, like writing a rule book is different than having clean text on cards and things and components. I think that's a totally, you know, you're talking about apples and oranges in my opinion when it comes to that. Just because it's snapshots of rules, right, instead of a giant composite, you know, or a giant piece document of rules where you're trying to explain it in context and flow and all this other crap. But he was like, well, let's just lose this word, like, because there's suspicion and suspicion tokens in the game. He's like, I don't know why there's tokens. Let's just lose the word tokens. And I'm like, no, that's a thing in the game. It's like a component. And he's like, wait, what? And I'm like, yeah, you know. So if it was up to him, he would have just removed that from the game, and in doing so, he would have like, you know, guillotined off some rules from the game. So, I mean, we have an editor now, and even he made mistakes. And I think any time, it's like what Lance said, if you look at something a million times, you stop seeing what's there and you're seeing what you think should be there.
Well, that's a common problem in any kind of writing and review, because that's why you always need someone to, like in my industry, I do pharmaceuticals, you can't improve your own writing because you've probably done something wrong. Because you're not putting all the story that's in your brain on the paper. And I think game designers suffer from that same thing.
I've got a printing of one of the Game of Thrones, or Song of Fire and Ice books, and there's like two pretty blatant typos in the book. I mean, like, so I think typos make it into publication often and always. It doesn't excuse it. It definitely stinks when you see those things after the fact, and you're the person who paid, you know, all this money to make it. I know, as the consumer, I know what it feels like to be like, well, I paid $50 for this game. This is bullshit. What the heck, man? And then, well, imagine paying $50,000 to make the game, and to see that and know that it's out into tons of people's hands, and you have like this banner of humiliation. So. I don't know, Keith. I think you should just mind your own business.
Oh, I see. And you two aren't even the ones that were guilty of it. But
we had a misspelling on one of our boards.
And see, I don't care about a misspelling. I care when you actually reference things and make your rules wrong. And there's a Kickstarter for a game by a person that tends to critique games for a living, that the rule book was broken in a couple of places. And when the rule book came out, the day they posted the rule book, I read it and said, you have these problems with the rule book. Oh, you're right, but it already went to print. So nothing we could do about it.
Well, that's poor quality control, period.
Yeah.
But Jason's right. Writing a rule book is, I mean, it is. Thankfully, that's not something that I do. Like, my partner and I actually are at an impasse on verbiage, and our one of the projects that, you know, we're putting up in a few months. And I'm just like, dude, do whatever you want. I don't agree with what you're saying on this, but whatever. I mean, then we pay a person to come in and help us clean all that stuff up, and you know, there's a little peace of mind when it comes to that. But it's definitely not one of the fun and glamorous parts of making games, is sitting there and torturing yourself over phrasing and rules and trying to convey it. And it's hard too, right? Like, not every game is like you can linearly explain the rules. It's almost like you start to explain the rules, and then it's like, you know, do this, but if this one card comes up, then you do that, which actually, if this other thing, you know what I mean? You start to derail, almost like me and Lance when we talk.
Well, I'll tell you what, when it comes to putting together prose for games, Jason had the biggest set of balls of about anybody on Kickstarter when he put together Smirsh with that just enormous book, which I got to give you a lot of props for that.
Well,
Yeah,
the
that
rulebook
had
was
to be
terrible.
an
That was my first
undertaking.
rulebook. It was first time I tried to write a rulebook, and I thought, you know, they don't know how to play this. I mean, this
But
is
your
like all
adventure
these other
book
games.
was
So I
great.
did a lot of the stuff, and boy, I got crucified for that. But I mean, yeah, it's a process you learn, and I know when I write a rule book now, it's completely different. I approach it completely different. My verbiage is completely different. And the one thing that always happens, especially if I have something simple, like I did the solo rules for Run, Fight, or Die, I thought, oh man, I can teach this to somebody in like 2 minutes. It's not going to take anything to write these rules. And then you're sitting there typing 10 pages later going, my God, this game's simple. Why are there so many words to describe this simple game? And that happens a lot. And you'd be surprised when you're writing rules, you're trying to describe something extremely simple, or at least what you think is extremely simple in your head, and you can tell somebody very quickly. It can take pages and pages.
Yeah, agreed.
Oh, if only you could just include like an old audio cassette or something with the game, and they could just press play.
Or look it up on the internet.
Yeah, the intraweb, if you will.
I mean,
Nah, that's
videos are such an amazing resource for guys like us, though, because so many people are demonstrative learners. For people to be able to see, you know, what Jason's explaining, like sitting here and trying to spell it out in words versus showing someone, you know, in real time how to do it. It's the fact that people like Lance, you know, get out there and make videos. And I mean, granted, you start to like talk about the War of 1812 in the middle of your video and things like that. I'm just as bad as you, buddy. Let's be honest.
I'm writing rules like it's something I design. Only I know it really, really intricately. So I can write the rules and we can edit them, and then I'm reading them again. I see things that nobody else can catch. So I'm like, oh, I need to rewrite that. And so you get this process of rewriting, and okay, can you review this? And this is how typos get introduced. It's this long process of maybe only one person knows the game extremely, extremely well, where they can find little bitty tiny things, while the rest of you are just looking for obvious things when you're looking for typos. Right. So they're going back and changing little things, and that always introduces new typos.
Jason, have you handed like a beta version of a rule book, and like when people are blind testing and just sat back and watched the horror that is people trying to learn your game without your help? My very first game, I did blind testing, and I sat back, and it was like there was like one thing that was not clear in the rules about putting something on the board, and they put it in the wrong place, and it was like the game went off the rails from this one little unclear thing in the rule book, which obviously we fixed. But you know, when you're blind testing, you just want to be an observer. You don't want to say or do anything.
Usually when there's something like that, there's only probably one person that was involved with the rules who could have seen that, picked it out. It's not like everybody who comes in who reads your rules behind you are going to be able to find things. It's a difficult process.
Do you guys write your rules books for reference or linearly? Like, this is how you play, step A, step B? Or do you find a balance in between?
Say that again?
When you're writing a rule book, is it for people to go back and reference certain things, or is it linearly, like step A, B, step C, or is it something in between?
He's saying, is it like is it a linear explanation or a referential explanation?
I mean, I think it's both. You kind of trying to make it in a way where they can come back and pick out things very easily, but you also start with, okay, you set up with the board like this, your objective is this, and your first move can be any of these things. Oh, and by the way, if you want to get into something else, you can go to page so-and-so. So you can jump around. I mean, it's got to be a mix of things. It's hard to explain all games in a linear fashion.
Well, like, look at, like, for example, Fantasy Flight rule books, like, from, I would say recently they've done a lot better, but oh my god, like, if you look at the first, like, Battlestar Galactica rule book, it's like a choose your own adventure. It's like, set up the board here. For more rules on base stars, go to page 42, and then you're like there, and then it's like, for rules on combat involving Cylons wearing Hawaiian shirts, go to page 12. Everything is like an exception in those more complex games with like the really, more, I guess, narrative feeling rule sets. I find those rule books like so hard to read. I like laying in the bathtub like a menopausal woman reading rule books. That's like what I do it every day. Like I read like 3 rule books today in the bathtub. It's sad, and I get very angry when I come across like egregious errors. But I don't know. I mean, that doesn't happen. I don't know. Do you guys feel like as gamers that the majority of rule books that you read are bad?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think a lot of rule books are bad, but I see evolution with different companies as they go and get better, and the good companies are getting better at a faster rate than some of the others. You're absolutely right. Fantasy Flight, as big as they were, did some horrible rule books.
Yes.
But they've made some changes, and they're still big rule books. They've still got a lot, but now that they do this is the indexed book to find every little rule, and this is the book on how to play, it's much easier to start playing their games now. And you look at somebody like Plaid Hat, who started with just not good rule books, but they're getting better with each game that they do, and so they're evolving as they go. But then some people do a great job. I backed a game on Kickstarter, just funded last week, the Raiders of the North Sea. And during his Kickstarter campaign, he had a completely done, with art, rule book during the campaign that was absolutely fantastic. And you could just sit down, you read right through the book, you knew how that game was going to play, and you could see how it was going to look. I had no problem backing that game as soon as I saw his rule book. So I think it's getting better as more and more things are out there, but I mean, I think Euro games are almost the worst because it's just like they don't even try. It's just, hey, if you can play this hard game, you can figure out the rules. Go for it.
Do you think that's a language barrier in some cases?
I don't.
Not native English speakers?
There is the 3 Rabbits. I can't remember what it is in German, but they did Pelican Bay and Sun and Moon. Holy cow, that translation was just, so brutal, so brutal. And it's like, I have a background in, like, I went to school for English, like that's what I have my degree in, but then I taught kids with special needs and stuff like that, so there's a lot of like language-based learning things that I've dealt with like as my job. So I can muddle through it and figure it out, but oh man, it's not fun when the translation is not good. But I think Euros are hard because some of them are just really complicated, and trying to figure out the best way to explain it is tough. Like, I do not envy the people that have to write it. Like, Panamax, which you all know I love, but that rulebook is, oh man. And I was talking to the developer at BGG, and he got really touchy about it, and I was like, oopsie, like.
You guys know that game Redacted?
Yeah.
Yes. I actually returned that game because I read the rules like 3 times. I was like, I don't know what the F is going on. I'm like, I was like, I'm watching Richard Ham do this video, and it looks so simple. I'm reading the rule books, and it's like my ears are bleeding. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I give up. I'm returning this. So, yeah, like that was a first for me. I've definitely had rule books that are tough to slog through, but not that hard. Like the Fantasy Flight ones are almost like funny. Like the old Fantasy Flight games, like Mansions of Madness or something. It's like because there's so many little exceptionary rules in there that you start to get those really just odd. And you know, like in rule books where it'll be like note, and it'll be like in a little box that's like a little rules exception. That's like half of a Fantasy Flight rule book. It's just like, if you're a blonde Cylon and you are in the sick bay, like.
I found that all 3 of the Space Cowboys games, their rule books are excellent, very well laid out, very simple to follow. Granted, the first 2 games weren't that complex, but they stepped it up with Elysium, but the rule book didn't suffer for it.
In my first game, Infamy, I submitted a rule book, and then the publisher was like, well, we're going to change this, da-da-da-da, and then, of course, when it came out, there's there's like this one part where it just starts a sentence and then it just that's it. Like you're like, you know, if you're playing with 3 players, make sure. And then it's like infamy is how like the new paragraph. I'm like, wait, what the hell? How did this happen? You know, and then it unfortunately like sometimes that reflects back on the designer. Like I was not the you know, I didn't do the rule book. Like I submitted my rule book and I went over a rule book and the final rule book was not one that I saw, or at least I didn't catch that. They made some promo cards. They told me that they didn't need me to proof them. Well, guess what? The promo cards are half sentences, missing text. There's not even completed rules on there. So you know, when you see those things come to print, I would rather have something like what happened with Heroes 1 where the card backs are upside down than something where it's like actually like, you know, a rules confusion kind of mistake. So, Barry, what's the best rule book you've ever read?
The best?
Don't say the Bible.
No. I don't know. Like you said, Fantasy Flight's getting real better. Portal games, Imperial Settlers, but it's not a real complicated game either. And they've gotten much better with their rule books. Yeah, I can't think of like the best one offhand. Yeah. I don't even remember half of my collection. So. What's that?
I think the Imminent Domain rulebook is really good.
I've never played that.
Then you haven't lived, my friend.
I've only been a hobby like 4 years, 3 years.
I only started playing board games in 2011.
I was 13.
That's 4 years, so never mind. Now I'm like making.
I think Alea does a really good job with rule books.
Oh yeah, they do with the sidebar.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's true.
I agree.
So Keith, what's your estimation of the Heroes Wanted rulebook? I want a frank. I've never had to read it to, you know, I've proofed it, but I don't know what it's like to read it and not know the game.
So I bought Heroes Wanted during your last Kickstarter campaign because a couple people said, it's a good game. A couple people didn't, but I said, based on their opinion of what they didn't like, it didn't sound like it was something that would dissuade me. So before I decided to dive in for your latest Kickstarter campaign, I ordered a copy from Amazon and sat down, played it cold. I hadn't watched a video on how to play or anything. I got through your rule book and I played a solo game by myself. So there was nothing wrong in your rule book. I thought it was fairly straightforward. I think there were a couple of things I had to hunt for a little bit, but I would call it capable. So it wasn't like, oh my God, this is the best rule book I've ever read, but I didn't throw the game back in the box and say screw this either. So I think you did fine.
Well, I'll tell my partner Nick that because he was the one that went through that torturous thing. You know another thing that Jason, have you had this happen where you get the rules done and you know when you're printing the rule book, it's 4 pages. You know, it's increments of 4. So like if you have 25 pages of rules, suddenly you're trying to compress it down to fit it into that format, or either expand it to 28 pages.
Yeah, that happened with me in one game. I just added some logos to my other game on a page or 2. But usually that hasn't been a problem.
Where's Lance? Oh, there he is.
A game I liked that had a horrible first printing rule book, Police Precinct.
Yeah. That did have a horrible.
The wall of text that you had to get through, it was one of the most painful experiences I went through. But if you sit there and just broke it out yourself and kind of organize it a little bit, it was all there. It just wasn't legible.
What are you guys' feelings on when people try to thematically explain rules? Like, so for example, what if the person that's like a deck builder, instead of calling it your deck, they're like, organize your constituency, or so, you know what I mean, instead of shuffle your deck.
I hate it.
Yeah, that's the reason I got rid of Netrunner.
I love Netrunner, but I hate that there's like 2 different terms for discard pile, deck, and hand because it's asymmetrical.
I mean, I
get the rules.
understand it.
Well,
I could tolerate it. I don't like it.
I don't get it because whatever you call it in the book, when I play the game, I'm going to call it money. I'm going to call it draw. I'm going to call it deck. So it doesn't matter what you say in the book. It's just going to confuse me. Or
You like universal terminology.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, I guess it like doesn't irritate me, but I'm going to default to whatever I normally. Oh, take $5 instead of lira or whatever. It doesn't matter to me.
I think the games that are the most guilty of like semantics are dungeon crawlers. Like, it's like, oh, cool. What is your guy? Oh, is he a fighter? No. He's a bladesman. You're like, oh, cool. What are you rolling your combat die? No. I'm checking my skill prowess. It's like always some nonsense where they tack on all this extra terminology or they change a word slightly because it sounds cooler and that's supposed to equate theme. I hate that crap so much.
I'm fine with referring to like the money and the pieces and the tokens in the thematic sense, but when it comes to deck and discard, just call it what it is because it's a lot less confusing. Now, which one was the Orbitron and which one was the Xenophobe? I don't know.
What happened to Jason? He's been reduced to a mere meeple of a man.
He's playing with Google Hangouts. He's learning.
Figuring it out.
He's taking pictures of us.
I've got a question for Barry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Barry, what's up with your hair? You look glorious tonight.
I don't know.
I like it. If I had to use one word to describe you right now, it would be robust.
Okay.
Don't blush, my friend. I'm just. Can you blush? I don't know.
Well, it's one of those things where you always worry. Like you worry with Barry, you're gonna like, oh, what's up with your hair? He looks really nice. Yeah, I had to get it cut because my entire family was killed in the tidal wave.
I was at a funeral.
Oh. All
right, Jason is saying goodbye. He can't talk to us normally, so.
Oh, okay, Jason.
Oh, I was going to ask him if he had anything else coming besides the Kickstarter.
Jason,
we'll never know.
Oh, well, he's kind of. All right. Well, I guess Jason. That stinks. Well, cool. Jason was on. Hey, just everybody. Be on the lookout. I will have my review for the Defenders of the Last Stand. I'm going to try to get that up this weekend.
You're putting it up before the campaign starts, then?
Yeah, I'm going to try to get that up before the campaign, and then so be on the lookout for that. And then May 14th is when there's something. I mean, I've goofed around with it, and it's amazing. So it's like I enjoyed Defenders of the Realm, and so I mean I thought it was a good game. But ultimately, like it felt like a weird, pandemic with dice, which made it better, which made it actually enjoyable for me. But there was something missing. I don't know what it was. And
I've never won that damn game.
It's tough. It's tough to win. There's so many ways to lose, So, but
hose ya.
Yeah, but no. So, but then this one is just There's just because you can go on it. You don't have to just go and fight the things. You like go on little adventures or tasks. You actually your character, like he said, you can get mutated and changed and. It's just got all these different levels to it that make it really good. So.
Is it like the standard Launius Fair where it's like the game is kind of running itself? I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm like his games feel like the game, like you're kind of experiencing the game rather than playing the game. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I actually felt like I was actually like doing stuff. I felt like I actually felt like I was. Actually a part of the game instead of just reacting to the game, if that's what you mean.
Yeah. We were talking about rule books while you were doing push-ups or whatever.
Well, no. Actually, what it was is I had to go, and this is kind of disgusting, but I had to go and and put a new bandage on my foot. Today I was like, it's cleanup week.
Stop.
No, so it's cleanup week, and I was And so on Friday we can throw out all our stuff. So like we're throwing out some old furniture and stuff like that. And I was putting some stuff together that we're gonna toss out. And it's so hilarious because in cleanup week, like literally there are people that wait for this week, and they drive around in pickup trucks and big giant trailers and stuff like that, and they just scrounge.
Dig through
other
your
people.
trash.
They dig through your trash, and like they look for anything like metal that they can sell for scrap. They look for anything that's worth any kind of money that they possibly can make off the stuff, and they dig for it. But anyway, so I was collecting some stuff, and I went out to the garage, and I grabbed a box, and there was like this large bag of garbage that we're gonna throw out, and it caught my foot. And of course, I was walking bare feet, and I just got home from work. And I was walking, and it caught my foot, and so I was like walking up the steps in the garage to get in, and I kind of stumbled, and I started falling. You kind of stumble forward, and you overcorrect, and I started going back, and so I put my foot back behind me, and I was like, "Ow, that hurt," and I was like, "That was really weird," it was like I kind of like stepped on something, and I was just kind of like, "Okay, no problem," and so then I kind of stepped, and then I had that, and then next time I stepped on my foot, it like hurt, and I was like, "That really hurts." And then the next step, I felt the squish, and I was like, huh. And I looked down, and I had stepped on like one of those razor sharp building joists, like a metal one, I basically the agger, the two blades, and so I have like about it dug a hole into in my foot about an inch long and about a half-inch deep, and it was just pouring blood out of my. Yeah, it was just like literally like a steady stream of blood just pouring out of my foot, and I was just kind of looking at it, and I was like, oh, that really hurts.
I got you beat.
No. Well, because you had an injury today. What? I mean, no.
I got in a car accident yesterday.
Well. Good, but you survived. So that guy promised me results.
I fell down a spiral staircase in Brooklyn once, carrying a platter of white wine to my roommate while we were watching Time Traveler's Wife, and I fell and my foot hit the bar on the spiral staircase, and it felt like my foot just cleaved in half. And so I was doing that, the dance where like the thing where you're just jumping around and you're like screaming and you're hurt and you don't know how hurt you are. And part of figuring out how hurt you are is this jumping process. So my roommate's like, you got to take the sock off. I'm like, I can't do it. I don't want to look. I'm like, my foot's going to look like a Ninja Turtle foot. I know it. And I was just screaming and screaming and screaming. And I did. I split my foot open, like into my foot. It was horrible. And I called my friend who is an oncologist, and I sent him a text, and then his description was, he's like, well, basically your foot is useless. It's just dead. It's just, there's nothing in it. It's just a hollow piece of shit, and you walk around on it, and if you lost it, you'd be doing it a favor. He's like, he's like, you can go to the hospital. They're going to charge you like $2,000 because you don't have insurance, and we're living in New York. So what I would do is yada, 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 yada. So I did all this stuff, and then it was the opposite of web toes. That's what I had. I had like an uber cool like turtle foot.
Well, once again, proving that everything has to be about Travis. So
I can hear Barry right now calling you both pussies.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that.
You don't think I'm downstairs bringing white wine to a 23-year-old girl to watch Time Traveler's Wife is a good. That's a good lead into a story. It's not
Barry
about
got hit by a train, man.
Who?
Nah. I've cleaned up some bodies under a train, but no.
Barry, did you say use guys earlier?
Yeah, he did.
I have a buddy who is he's an engineer for a train, and well, obviously, and he he's a little bit flaky. I haven't seen him in a while.
Most engineers are.
Yeah, but he used to he would say. He would come to town and like, what are you doing in town, Jason? And he'd say, oh well, I had a suicider, so I get a month off, paid month off. I was like, what? Yeah. So I kind of look forward to it. When I see people that are standing next to the track, I'm like, come on, do it. Month off with pay.
Yeah, our guys would have to go downtown for a piss test, and then they get a week off, not a month. But yeah.
And he's just like, that's great. Well, it's like, do you stop? He's like, no, we don't stop. We just pick up a phone call. And just, yeah, what do? Can't do anything about it. Just.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like, ugh.
Well, a train, you can't stop a train like a car. The train's going to 5,000 feet.
Yeah, no, that's it is what it is. So.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we only got Travis really isn't like a publisher friend. He's just on here to hang out. So, anybody been playing anything lately?
Mythotopia, bro, for life.
I've played that game 5 times, and I've had like one above average experience, like one average experience, and the other 3 are just kind of like after like a half hour or not even a half hour, I was just like, I just want this to be over with.
It was bad.
But yeah, it's I don't know. It's got a Wallace name behind it, I guess.
Even the guy on the box looks bored.
It's true.
Like the knight, like he's like the most like just apathetic, like fuck, fine, I'll fight, whatever, I don't care.
But no, Rhiannon, you haven't been on forever. What have you been playing? Anything?
I played Cacao, which is like a tile placement with the worker people on it, and I really like that. Marco Polo, which I also liked. Arboretum, so that's like new stuff I've played. I recently played Tigris and Euphrates, which I haven't played in years. And
Did you call it Tigris?
Tigris.
Yeah, Tigris.
That game, and I haven't played it in years, and that was mean and brutal, but good. I should play that more often, like so many games.
Barry, you play anything new?
Bell the Ball. It was okay. I played it with my wife and my sister. Nice little set collecting game. Wiz War, that's one of my favorite games. I like that take that thing and that. And what was that other one? Oh, Walt City again. I played that. I think I'm going to do a video with the designer there.
I'm trying to think of what I've been playing lately. Well, my daughter and I have been playing Looney Quest like constantly. She just will not let me like sit still for more than 5 minutes without her dragging that game out and asking to play it, which is fun. But it's like I think we're almost done with the levels now, so it's just kind of like, well, then what are we gonna do?
Are there made-up ones on BGG?
Well, I suppose I could go there. I for my son, because he's younger, I got the other one, the Doodle Quest, as well. I mean, but honestly, there's no comparison. I mean, Looney is so much better. It's just because of the video game theme they gave it. It's just such a better game. But my son likes playing the Doodle Quest, and even though he doesn't follow the rules really well, it's just okay. Try to draw a line from here to here. I'm gonna draw a Tyrannosaurus Rex. All right, let's see how many points you scored. -80.
I haven't got mine yet. So.
But yeah, that's good. A copy of Marco Polo just showed up in my door today, so I'm gonna have to give that a shot.
I liked it.
I didn't ask.
I don't care. I'm still telling you.
No, well, apparently.
I can start clicking you off. I mean, it's about that time. I'll do it.
Well, you haven't been. Yeah, apparently, you haven't been drinking, so.
No, because I'm taking decongestants. Can you drink when you take decongestants? I don't know.
You can.
You can if you want to get loot.
Anytime there's like a thing where it says don't drink, you just should do it. Just do it.
When it says don't drink, that means it's going to get you feeling really weird.
The only instance where you shouldn't do that is if you're on nail fungus medication, because you could die.
Don't do it with antibiotics either, because then you're going to screw up those actually working.
No, just decongestants.
It probably won't kill you. Considering how many decongestants come with alcohol in them when they're in syrup form.
Keith, did you play any new games?
I did not play new games. I played new to me. I played D&D Dice Masters last night. Played a little draft tournament, which that's the way to play that game is in a draft. So that's the most enjoyable way I've played that. And I punched out my copy of Armada that arrived undamaged from Cool Stuff on Saturday. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Very nice.
My $55 copy of Armada.
Well, after I got the 20% off that they refunded me for just sending me the damaged copy, I think I ended up with a cheaper copy than you. But of course,
Of course, you're split in half or whatever.
Yeah. And it's just like it was one of those things where it's like you explain the problem and you expect them to at least like
give a crap.
Well, and I understand they're a company and their customer service and whatever, but it's just like they give me, do you want to send back that copy and then we'll send you another one? So you'd wait like 14 days to basically get to play a game that I've already given you money for, or do you want a discount? Well, people are just going to take the discount, and it's just so that's annoying to me. Well, I know, but I mean, I was just like, I wanted to play it. You can't sit there and stare at the box and say there's all kinds of fun in there waiting to be had, but I'm going to send you back and I'm going to wait and get another one, right?
Yeah.
But so it's just like, so I sent him. I said, look, here's the deal. I said, it's like, you gotta stop using the airbags. You gotta go back to using these things. I'm not. I mean, you can look. I spent thousands of dollars with you. I can't be the only person that has this mentality. You need to stop this. You need to and I just kind of gave him this kind of impassioned 2 or 3 paragraph response, and then you just get back to the standard. Thank you very much for giving us the information. You should see your refund in 2 to 3 days.
Well, the bags won't be so bad if they wrap the entire game in and use the bigger box. I've had the same problem with 3 games.
It's just stupid.
It's when boxes laying on cardboard.
This whole ridiculous notion of getting something for cheaper. It's like, dude, I saved $10. It took me 5 weeks to suss out the problem, and I got a gas damaged game, but I saved $10 and I didn't support local business. Why would I want to help put someone's kid through college when I could have a fucked up game and not deal with another human being sitting in my house? Ugh, I hate it. I don't buy crap online. It's the worst.
Talking about local business, hey, they've been a lot friendlier in the GP lately when I've stopped in, Travis.
They've been doing what?
They've been a lot friendlier when I've popped in there recently.
I sorted them out, man.
I was in there Saturday and yesterday, and they were friendly and greeted me at the door both times. So
I had a picture of Lance, and I said he was your dad, and if they didn't start he was gonna come in.
What is I don't understand this weird mentality that I'm this big badass. I'm just I don't understand.
Someone recently told me that you reminded them of the rock biter from Neverending Story.
That's enough, Brandon. You're not allowed to laugh at those things.
This used to be so strong.
Who told you that? So I can.
No, they're probably. Well, I don't know. No one's watching, so that was.
Hold on. I think Paul wanted to join us. I totally forgot. We actually have kind of an opening for him. No, our number 1 fan in the Alaboom. Hold on a second here.
Our person that's here every week in the live chat.
Barry, why are you smoking a real cigarette right now?
I had issues with a battery.
Jesus Christ, you look badass.
That's the reason I went to the vaping thing to quit smoking.
I see it worked.
It's incredible. You brush your hair and you put a cigarette in your mouth, suddenly you're like Marlon Brando.
Stella!
That's the longest cigarette I've ever seen in my life, by the way. Looks like a cast on a 13-year-old boy's arm. It's huge. This thing.
Then it's not a cigarette.
So no one want to know what games I've played recently?
No,
I don't care.
Well,
Yours are tried already.
I bet Heroes Wanted is in there somewhere.
Ah, fuck off. I don't play that game. I played Xeno Shift. I played that game Xeno Shift.
How many hours did it take you?
It didn't take us long at all. It's really interesting. You know who I did a trade with, and I ended up trading with Brady Sadler. So Adam Sadler.
The Brady Sadler.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
He's worked on Descent and Mansions of Madness, X-Wing, all these games that you are, lay in bed and rub miniatures on your bare chest at night. He's helped work on all those games. So yeah, I ended up doing a random trade with him, and then I'm actually gonna go have lunch with him and his brother tomorrow. It ended up being pretty neat. So boom, name dropped, roasted. But I played Xenoshift and it was okay. It's not much of a deck builder though. I like it, but it's not a deck builder. It's weird because you just kind of accrue what you need for the turn, and then it goes into your deck, and every third turn you draw it up, and you're like, well, this sucks ass. But other than that, it was okay.
It's a deck builder to the same extent Core Worlds is a deck builder.
I never played Core Worlds.
How many players did you have?
What's that?
How many players did you have? I heard like a lot of people the game was going 4 hours or something like that.
4 hours, Jesus! Yeah. I played it with Nick. We're quick studies though,
Two-player of the ball.
You played it with the Nick?
Yeah, the Nick that you wouldn't let be on the show tonight.
I didn't say no. I just said we were gonna have a ton of people, and so if you wanted to bow out and let Nick join, that's fine.
I said it. You wouldn't let me do it.
So there's a Coup G54 a Kickstarter for it, and I keep thinking I should just buy the old school Coup Guatemala 1954
because it doesn't have the resistance theme.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, it's in a dystopian universe and derp, and I'm just like, ugh.
You guys were talking about Kickstarter videos. That trailer video, it might as well just have been blank. Like there's no for this Coup expansion. There's no information there. It's just a bunch of little artwork snippets with some lame ass dystopian like welcome to the dystopian future. I get it. I get it. All the Resistance games are in the dystopian future. Cool. Like, can I actually see, like, can Travis Worthington come on for a minute and remind me that he's a human being, or do I just have to look at, like, pictures of artwork for it was like 30 seconds long or something? It didn't feel like it was a video. Like, it gave me no incentive or impetus to buy or back the game. Like, it just felt like nothing. It just felt like nothing to me.
Yeah, I just watched it, and you're absolutely right. I mean, and that's fine. I mean, Travis makes good stuff, but I mean,
he's a great guy. He's a really nice guy. Like, why is he not on there reminding people, like, hey, I'm like a real person, and he's like a cool guy, like a nice, down-to-earth guy, instead of this like arrogant, snobby, like 30-second. What do they call this? Like motion comic thing or whatever, where they take like the JPEG and move it a little bit. Ugh. Crap. I don't know.
Oh, that sucks. When you go to BGG now, instead of Coup Guatemala, it's the Rebellion G54 now.
I played Coup Guatemala. I liked it.
Yeah, I played it at Con of the North in February.
Sounds cool.
I played it at Lobster Trap in November, so...
Boom. Roasted.
Wow, I didn't know I was
you.
Yeah, way, woo.
So what, do you have like a giant player aid to tell you what everything does in this, or what?
I think you put out the characters that are in the game and you reference the cards that are in the game.
I still can't get over that I'm supposedly Rockbiter.
I love it. I am gonna get a shirt made and I'm gonna wear it at Gen Con. Because that's when I will see you next.
Hey, I'm already the unicorn, so...
That's true.
I think it's changed to the Rockbiter.
I think it's, you're Rockbiter. You're no longer...
Change motioned.
Seconded.
All right.
Approved.
For God's sakes, Lance, your name is a friggin' weapon. Like, you're like, I don't understand why everyone thinks, like, I'm the 6'9" guy that looks like he could punch his fist through a rhinoceros, and everyone thinks I'm scary. Like... You're like a menacing bearded. You have like
No.
You have door guy DNA. Like you totally have door guy DNA at a bar. Like
I was looking at an old video of mine, and I was like sitting there. I was like, oh my gosh, look at me! I was young. It's weird when you kind of go back in time, and you're just like, I remember when life hadn't crushed all my hopes and dreams. There I am, right there.
You should shave your beard off just for like 1 year.
$10,000 standing offer.
Did you see this thing on Facebook that was like all the rage for like 2 days, where it was like scientists were saying there was like poop particles in every
matter in beards? Yeah, it was ridiculous. No. I remember we had talked about, like, I remember a long time ago when I actually had still considered doing Kickstarter. I actually somebody said that there should be a level on there to shave your beard, and I was like, yeah, you know what? If I ever did a Kickstarter and I got like 10 grand, maybe then I would. Yeah, I was like, that became a standing offer. Anybody wants to give me $10,000? So I have not seen. The last time I saw my chin, and I'm sure there's more than one there now, but the last time I saw my chin I think I was 24, and Metallica concert came to town, and I had the Hetfield, the handlebar and the sideburns, and I could see my chin. That's the last time then after the concert I grew it back out, and yeah, ever since then. So it's been nearly 20 years since I've seen my chin.
I'm just looking.
Yeah,
I'm googling Rockbiter right now, and I'm just dying laughing.
Yeah. I wish there was a way to put it into the chat, but I did just tweet it, so it's close enough. I found a GIF, Chip.
Oh God.
He was a cool character,
He was in the movie for he rode a tricycle. How was he cool? He was a mountain on a tricycle. The speed snail was cool, or even the lame inbred bat guy was cool. The Rockbiter was didn't he have a kid?
He did. That thing was creepy.
Oh my God. We were talking about Labyrinth today.
I love that movie.
Who approved David Bowie's crotch in that movie?
Everybody.
Well, okay. No, I'm not saying on that kind of level. I'm saying that was supposed to be semi family friendly, and it's David Bowie's walking around with a friggin' astronaut helmet in the front of his pants. It's ridiculous looking. Oh God. I heard there was supposed to be a sequel to that. Is that just some nonsense someone put up and then people believed it like me?
I've not heard this. So I'm going to go with nonsense.
Barry, what do you think? Labyrinth sequel, would you see it?
Probably not. I've never seen the original.
Where are you? Do you really live in Oswego? What's going on with you?
I don't watch much TV.
You've never played. What was the game you never played earlier? Pandemic or something?
No. Not Core Worlds, the other one.
Eminent Domain.
Eminent Domain.
Eminent Domain.
It is on my list, but yeah, I haven't played it yet.
We've been playing it a lot lately.
I've been hoping somebody brought the beer mongers, but that hasn't happened yet. Yeah.
Lance, what are you googling right now? Rockbiter picture?
Shut up. No, I'm researching this game Frontier Stations by the same guy who did Darkest Night. From Victory Point Games.
Jeremy Leonard.
Yeah, and there's almost no information on it, so I'm just trying to dig into it because I'm Jeremy Leonard did a great job with Darkest Night.
Darkest Night's great.
Yeah, I love the necromancer that chases you down, and so I really enjoyed that, and so I was trying to dig into that and see if I can figure out something about it, but I haven't. There's very little information out there right now, so it's just kind of it's bugging me. Anybody seen any good movies lately?
Adventures.
Well, yeah, I mean, anything like that maybe won't be like
Spoiler.
Yeah, something we can talk about that isn't spoiler or.
I rewatched the
anything-
movie Push with Chris Evans in it last night.
Why?
I don't know. But I wonder. Do you think the movie Precious was called Precious because the movie Push came out, so they couldn't call it Push, a novel by Sapphire? That's all I thought the whole time I watched the movie. Because didn't that movie come
That's
out
the only
relatively around the same time as Precious?
I'm
being serious,
honestly.
right?
I don't know.
That movie's got some fun stuff in it. It's not great, but it was fine. It's entertaining. Did you ever watch it with all the psychics? I think like Dakota Fanning is in it.
Oh, and then they have all like this weird superpowers and whatever.
Yeah, they're like psychics. She's like she like draws the future, but she's like a terrible artist. It was, yeah. And now the more I talk about it, the dumber it sounds. It seemed like it was okay when I was watching it last night.
Maybe I actually there was a movie, and this is gonna sound weird, and you're gonna laugh when I tell you the name of the movie. I hadn't heard of it, and a buddy of mine suggested because it came out like in 2001, and like somebody was like, "Oh yeah, I was nominated for all these Academy Awards and all this stuff," and I was like, "I've never even heard of this movie." And so I tracked it down and I watched it, and the name of the movie was called In the Bedroom. And you're gonna go, "Oh, okay, well, whatever's that," but it stars Sissy Spacek and Tom Wilkinson. Tom Wilkinson, if you don't know who that is,
Michael Clayton.
Yeah, Michael Clayton. He's the guy who loses his mind. He played the mob boss in Batman Begins. And then, Sissy Spacek, you probably know who that is. But it's this weird movie about this family. The dad's a lobster trapper, and older couple. They're middle aged or whatever, and they have this son. And he's like just came home from summer. He's a college graduate, and he gets involved with this an older woman, Marissa Tomei, but she's got like an ex-husband who's like kind of abusive. And then I don't want to give anything away about the movie, but there's a lot of tragedy and things go on, and it was really good. And it was one of those things where it's like this movie came out and like then I researched into it and it was like really well regarded, and like tons of people got nominated. It didn't win any awards. We got nominated for like Best Picture, and like both Tom Wilkinson and Sissy Spacek both got nominated for Best Actor and Actress, and I was like, how did I not know this movie ever came out? But yeah, so if you can track it down, of course you can track it down. You can find it on DVD. It's called In the Bedroom, and if you don't expect to be really happy when you get done watching the movie. It's not an uplifting movie at all, but it definitely is very well acted.
Have any of you guys seen Under the Skin?
I have, and that is crazy.
I loved that movie. That was the last movie that I saw that I was really like. That I thought was really cool. It has Scarlett Johansson, and I don't really care for her at all.
Yeah, you'd kick her out of bed for eating crackers, right?
I would not be interested if she was in my bed. I would rather have Barry be in my bed than her.
I would appreciate that.
You're a big fat liar, is what you are.
You picking up on what I'm throwing down over there, Bear?
Yeah.
Even Rhiannon would prefer to have her Scarlett Johansson.
She's not like
Assuredly.
she's not attractive to me, and I'm not just saying that to be. What are you drinking out of?
A mug? It's a mug. It's a plastic mug that contains liquid.
It just like the screen got really blurry for a minute. It looked like a ghost was going in your mouth. It was really scary.
There's no such thing as ghosts, Travis. We've been over this.
That's going to be our first episode topic, though.
Yeah, supposedly Travis and I are going to decide to do a podcast that's going to be how long can we talk?
No, we're going to have a guest on, and we're going to see if they can fight to talk.
Yeah.
You already have that. It's this.
There's going to be a structure. No. There's going to be a structure, and we're going to see how far. To give you an example, Lance called me the other night, and I asked him about the Avengers, and then he started to talk about James Spader. And then, 20 minutes later, he was like, and Ultron has James Spader's mannerisms. We went into, what was it, Boston Public, or what was
Boston
it?
Legal. It was one of the best shows on TV ever.
The history of William Shatner, what he was doing in the 70s or the 80s, all this, just this diaspora of information that had nothing to do with anything, and then it all culminated into, Ultron was really kind of like James Spader.
If you two start talking alone, unchecked, there is not a computer on this planet with enough storage to keep that audio file.
We should.
No.
We have
Keith,
to find guests.
You should be our first guest, Keith. You can see if you can get a word in edgewise with us.
No, I already know the answer. There's not much challenge.
Barry would be the first guest, obviously.
Barry's just screaming, "Shut up, the both of you! I'm talking."
Barry, set up a camera in your room and sleep throughout the first episode.
The first episode would be where Barry steps out and says, "Was you two just shut up?"
I don't think I talk that much.
Okay, that's because you can't hear anything else over your own voice.
It hurt my feelings. This is the first time I've met Rhiannon, and she's laughing when I said that.
She knows before you, we did not have 5.5-hour shows on YouTube.
I heard about that one. So yeah.
All I do is multiple
those.
Lance is good for 2.5, 3. So if you pushed him over that, then.
Oh. I'm trying to think of anything else. I mean, I went to Avengers 2, and I thought it was good. It wasn't great, but it was good. It had. They didn't allow for any development really for Ultron to be a badass, at all. It was just kind of so as a villain, he kind of lost a little bit. I thought the movie had too many heroes, so you're trying to give them each their little equal moment in the sun kind of thing. That whenever you have a superhero movie, then you have too many people with stirring the pot. You have this mentality that you have to give each one of them their little 7 minutes of cool, and you just kind of run out of time, and run out of space for that.
This movie felt rushed.
It did, and supposedly
on the pacing.
Well, and if you believe Joss, he said, my first cut had an extra hour of footage involved, and it's just kind of well. That either A is a lie, B sounds cool, but then who did the cutting, and then C, it sounds just like a ploy to so when they come out with the DVD, it'll be with an extra 50 minutes of footage or something, to make you want to watch it or whatever. I don't know. Samuel L. Jackson's looking really old too, ridiculously old. But then again, he was old back when he did Pulp Fiction, so.
I love you, Lance. I hope that when we both die, we end up in the same place.
You mean hell? Yes.
Wow. Wow.
That's a massive compliment.
That's strong.
Well, I know. I'm not speaking for Lance. I'm just speaking for Travis.
So,
I'm trying to think else. Anything else?
Cool? The afterlife with me?
I don't know if there is one, but
I don't know. I'd like to think. I always think. Not that I don't want to get too heavy and deep here, but I always just think if there is one, I'd rather it was something different. I don't want. I don't want to like be transported to and here you are. It's exactly what you were doing back there, but it's different because it's like we're in this other world now, and it's just kind of like, okay, well then why did I have to leave? I mean, it's just I don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to get too metaphysical here and give everybody the chill up their spine or anything. It's one of those things. Where
Lance, you were waxing about the afterlife by showing Rock Fighter.
Yes, fine, whatever.
Hey, Paul's here with us with a giant stack of games behind him.
Who is Paul?
Paul!
Hello.
Paul! Our #1 fan! He's there!
I'm
Paul,
here.
thanks for joining us, buddy.
Yeah, I actually didn't have the stuff installed on my computer, so now I'm ready to go.
I'm looking at you. Okay, I'm going to focus on Paul's screen there so I can look at his stuff here. Let's see, we got
You're
Last
judge?
Will. That's good. Well, of course, duh. Let's see. What is this room? There's like a film projector up there in the corner, it looks like.
It's a mirror behind me. I'm actually in my dining room because I usually have my computer up, like on a wall. So, it like looks down on my whole room, and it would just be too crazy to do that. Like,
all right, that's fair.
Touch chat.
Okay, let's see.
So I moved down my table.
Northwest Passage, Kemble's Crusade, Fields of Arl, Coal Baron, Panamax, some Dominion. Lewis and Clark. Looks like you got Viticulture and Tuscany behind you. Among the Stars, Last Will.
Istanbul.
I can't make out. Is that Istanbul? I see Legacy.
Hiroshima Hex.
Yep.
Nika, that's a good buddy of mine's game. That's a good little game.
Yeah, it's cool abstract.
Have you played that, Lance?
What? Who?
Have you played Nika before?
No.
It's good. It's really good.
Thank you. That's a great review.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is that concept above Lance Will or what?
Yeah,
Lance
yeah.
Will or what?
That's concept.
Okay, because I couldn't really tell what it was.
A lot of white.
Yeah, a lot of white.
I see
That's a pretty amazing guess by this well-known and respected board game reviewer, though.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Game below Legacy, I'm having trouble.
Alien Frontiers.
Is it okay? I couldn't read it. I was gonna go something different, but
I see Medina and the Duke.
Yep, the Duke. That's a good game.
That's a great review, man.
SOS Titanic.
Oh, you got a copy of that,
Yeah.
huh?
Telestrations.
Those are tough to get a hold of.
Avalon.
Good stuff. Other than the Dominion, you passed the test, Paul. You can hang out with us.
Well, I see Lost Temple. I don't like that one.
That was a half off at Barnes & Noble, along with the Dominions, actually.
Do you think Bruno Feduti thinks he has to remake Citadels every time he makes a game? Because that's the designer, right? On that.
Yes.
It's like role. He's the guy that does all the role-based games, right? There's roles.
Yeah, it's basically Citadels with a board, and it's not that good.
For what?
Lost Temple.
Oh. Did you play Castles? Castle? That is Citadels with the board.
Well, no, Citadels of the board. The best Citadels of the board game is the one they're reprinting now, which is, of course, the Mars one. I can't think of the name.
Mission Red Planet.
Oh yeah.
Mission Red Planet, yeah.
I guess that one's really Citadels with the board. Castle's more cards and you're building in as tile placement. Anyway.
Once again, this board game reviewer had to school you again, Rhiannon. But you're welcome.
Well, I don't need the reprint because I have that one right over there, right over
but they're of course going to change it, so that makes me want to buy it.
No.
Gonna have minis in it, plastic miniatures, because
don't care.
Well, I will say that. I never bought the reprint of Planet Steam because I still have like the totally, completely giant coffin box overproduced Heidelberg Spellverlag version of it. So, which I love. Game's amazing.
My version was craptastic.
Oh, Paul. So
Yeah.
what's a Grail game that's in your collection? I'm gonna ask everybody
In my
this question.
collection,
Yeah,
I
you must
don't
have
really
like
have any
some.
Grail games.
No, like what's
Well,
some
not in
out
my
of print game? Like if you had a game in your collection that was out of print, and like if you know that if you tried to sell it, you could get like way more than you spent getting it, or trade. You could get great in trade value. What would be a game in your collection that would fit that description?
I don't think I have anything in my collection that has that much trade value.
What's like the?
I mean, it's just um, yeah. I mean, most of the stuff I have is still in print.
No, you're losing your status here, pretty much, Paul.
Sorry, I'm fairly new. Like probably past 2-3 years. I jumped in pretty deep though.
That's what happens with everybody though when they first get into board gaming. Because there's just so much stuff, you end up buying like tons of it. Like there's always enough games to fill out your cart to get you to like $100 when you go online and to buy stuff.
I've only actually bought stuff online like 2 or 3 times. Most of the stuff I actually try to get locally, or I find deals a lot.
Oh, Travis is gonna come over to your house and give you a hug. Give him your address.
Or we can go over to your house, Lance, and help you fix all your broken-ass games that you saved $2 on.
I kickstarted a lot of stuff too.
Attaboy. What's your favorite game, Paul?
My favorite game? It's not Dominion. Right now I've been playing a lot of Terra Mystica. I like that a lot.
Best game that I'm horrible at. I've never. I think I've always finished either last or second to last. But I love it. But I'm horrible at the game. Just horrible.
Hey, Lance, you need to look at my screen share.
I can't even read that.
I can't. Yeah. What the heck? What is
Click
that?
on it.
I did.
Yeah. All I see is gibberish. What is that?
It's your game.
Oh, Viking ID. What the heck?
There's like 5 copies in the BGG marketplace right
Oh,
now.
they're always like $1 billion though.
That was 115 euro.
You could get that, or you could get an adventure case.
It's coming from Sweden for the Viking.
What's your Grail game, Lance?
This game right here, Viking ATID. I've managed to find all my my Grail games already. He's got no pictures. I can't. He's got 1 cell ranking. I can't buy a game with a person who has 1 cell ranking. I should tell Aldi to buy it for me.
There you go.
That's our. Oh, that game looks so amazing.
Go press your Aldi to get it for you.
Yeah. He said he wanted to do it for me. That's kind of cheap though. I shouldn't tell him that. God, I want that game so bad. Viking Selskapsspel Viking Attiden. I have no idea what that means. It's just some like weird Viking war game that will never ever be republished, and it'll never ever be done. I was like when you like go to a website or whatever, and or you go to an old game and you look to see if like, oh, here's the thread. Will there ever be an English version of this game? And you look and posted in 2008, and you're like, probably not. So, oh well. Sometimes you're just not supposed to own anything. I own a very, very beaten up copy of Queen's Gambit, but it's still really playable.
I think that's one of the only ones that's something that I still want. That's Grail gaming. I have a bad habit. If my wife and I both if we want something, we get it, and we don't care what we have to pay to get it if we want it. So that sounds horribly entitled and snobby, I know, but that's what we do.
America. Rhiannon, do you have a Grail game? I don't even know. Do you have a Grail game?
She wants to go to sleep.
I do want to go to sleep. I did. It was COG, but I ordered COG, so now I have it. And
now COG's that weirdo, like Norwegian game, right?
Yeah, shipping, all that jazz, piracy. You can block people. It's mean, and I like it.
And where'd you get there? How'd you track that down? Just found one online?
It came up on the marketplace, and it was like $20. It came from Finland, and it was going to be $20 to ship it. I was like, totally worth it. It ended up only being like 10 to ship it, so I even got money back. I was like, no problem. Oh, Joel Eddie, I gotta go.
Oh, Joel Eddie.
Oh. Did you? Hey, wait a minute. Did you clear this clearance?
If that doesn't say rock biter at the bottom, Joel, you failed me as a human being.
Look at this picture of Lancey. Oh my god! You're very walrus-like in that picture.
Hi everyone.
Hello, Sasquatch.
Squatch, what's up, man?
Not much. Just jumping in.
Are you slumming or what's going on?
I'm slumming. I just finished Last of Us and dinner with the family and all kinds of other stuff too, but gaming wise.
Oh, probably one of the
game?
best game. The ending of that is one of the best endings of any game I've ever played.
Yep, I think so. I can't say anything about it because it'll spoil it. But.
Oh yeah. You totally. If you told somebody how it ended, you'd completely spoil. You'd ruin the whole purpose of playing the game to begin with. But
yeah, absolutely.
Use one word to describe it, Joel. One word.
I would say not one word, but a phrase would be like the circle is complete. Full circle. I guess that's one word.
And I will say this. Like there's one of two lines that I really like in there, and he's like, you just chase us down anyway. Oh my gosh! I was watching that. I was like, oh no way! And then the other one was just the whole promise me. It's like that's I mean, and now supposedly they're going to do a movie of it, which might be good, but who knows? But I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah. Did you know that you can go back in and you can like just watch all of it together, like as a movie, after you beat it? Yeah. You can. There should be. It should unlock, if I remember correctly, after you've beaten it. You can. After you beat it, you can just turn it on and you can just have it play all of the little video sequences together, and then it'll just show them all together, so you'll kind of have like a movie effect for the whole movie or whole game. But yeah, they really outdid themselves at that. Great game, one of the best I've ever played, and has probably the best story of any game I've ever played.
Yeah, the story was good. The other interesting thing was the sort of AI of the humans versus the zombies and how they reacted to what you did. That was pretty cool. AI gets wonky every once in a while. I mean, the humans would act stupid. There was the whole thing of like you could kill a guy and then run into another room, and then they'd like everybody be like really worried for like a half a second. Oh, I guess he ran away. No, he didn't. That standard garbage that happens in any of those games. But
they're not zombies though.
Well, no, they're like mutated, whatever they are.
Zombies. It's zombies at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, I mean, and the ones that were like blind but could hear, I mean, those things freaked me out. I mean, that was just those things sucked fighting those.
Did any of you guys play Alien Isolation?
No.
I heard it was.
That game made me so mad. Oh my god! do you know anything about it? Like the guy programmed the alien to be just it's 100% unpredictable. So like I literally respawned like 85 times over 2 weeks in this one board, and I couldn't get past it. It would just like randomly appear and murder me. And I finally was just like, my wife was like coming on, like screaming at the TV. I'm like, I can't get past this freaking thing. Like it won't. You know, some games will like prompt you, like when there's stuff in the room that you can pick up, or you know what I mean. Like nothing like that. So like there was one point where like I'd beaten a level, and then like 5 levels later, they're like, oh, you need this thing, and I'm like, what the hell? Where was that thing? And then I have to go online and read like a write up about the game, like, oh yeah, if you didn't pick that up, like you totally can't even like move forward in the game at this point. Like you have no point. There's like no chance for you to move forward. I was so bummed because I love Alien. The Alien franchise is like one of my favorite things in the world, and the game was beautiful. It looked really awesome, and it really captured that horror feeling. But when you can't beat the monster and it just kills you, you die with one hit. Like you don't have hit points. It just hits you and you die. It sucked.
You reminded me of a classic old computer game called Ultima 5, I believe it was, the 5th one, where you're the search for Lord British, and there's all these things you have to collect, and you have to make sure you get all these different things. And I played the whole game and I beat it, and one of the things, and so when you finally get to the bottom level of this dungeon, you find Lord British and you rescue him, and you have all these items or whatever, and one of the things that you have to bring is you have to bring Lord British's sandalwood box, and you don't know why you have it because you can't open it, you can't do anything with it. But when he gets there, he opens it up and has like a key or something inside of it that allows himself to be freed. But the thing is, when you go into the last room of the dungeon, like it locks itself behind you, and so you have to have the box so he can save you all. But of course, like my friend David, way back in the day, he called me and he was like, yeah, so I got the last thing and it keeps asking me for the sandalwood box. What do I do? And I was like, oh, well, you don't have it? He's like, no. Oh, you have to get it at this other spot. And he's just like, oh, yeah, so just reload your last save. And this is back before you had 20 save games. This is like you have one save. And he's like, I saved it right before I talked to him. So he had played the entire game, hundreds of hours of gameplay, got to the last room, saved it before he talked to Lord British, thinking, oh, this will be cool, I'll save it, I can come back here and see the ending anytime I want to come back. And, and like he actually asked, do you have my sandalwood box? And no. Then we're going to be here for a very long time. That was at the end of the game, just because he hadn't picked up this one little side quest like days before. So
yeah, that's horrible.
Well, no, but that's classic. But now, I mean, games like that back in the day used to be brutal like that. Now, video games just kind of aren't. And if you have a video game that's tough, people rebel against it and get angry about it. So.
Yeah, so that's too tough. But yeah, I get you.
The isolation game was, I mean, like some people thought it was really awesome that it was so impossible, and like the designers were like, we really wanted to do something different. It's like, yeah, that's cool that you want to do something different, but making a game that can't, like, there was a point where I was playing it, and like all these horrible things, like if the alien is in the room and you breathe, the alien will just rip the door off wherever you're hiding and kill you. So like, and if you hold your breath in the game, then you start to pass out, and then you start to die. So like, I was realizing, I'm like, I'm spending like 30 minutes just hiding in a locker while this thing like prowls around this room, waiting to murder me, and I'm like afraid to leave the locker because I'm going to die and have to respawn. Oh my god, it was horrible. It really disappointed me because the Alien game before that was awful. It was that one that they had like agreed to do in the late 90s, and then it was like the Colonial Marines one, and the AI was like super dated. And they just reskinned it with like a new graphics, whatever overlay, and it was so bad. I mean, like I was playing it, and like aliens would just like fall through the floor, and then they would just start shaking, and then they would explode because the program didn't know what the hell they were supposed to do with them at that point.
Jeez. Yeah, I remember hearing how bad that was. It was like the worst game of the year or whatever that year that it came out. A lot of people were crapping all over it.
Well, it was that one and then the Walking Dead game that was supposed to be Daryl Dixon's perspective. Those two were supposed to be like the worst of the worst video game. I actually, when I went and bought it at GameStop, the guy goes, he's like, we're not going to give you a refund on this, right? I'm like, oh, I love aliens. He's like, listen, man, like, don't buy this game. Like, seriously, don't buy it. And I bought it anyway. I played it all the way through. It was entertaining enough that it was fine, but yeah, it was really terrible. There was like this one really funny part where like you get to the part where like you meet up with Hicks in the game, and then he like joins you as like an NPC, and there's just like this close up of his face, and he's like this, and he's just got like his eyes, this dead look in his eyes, and his eyes are just moving like this, like they're like trying to track something, and he looked like he had. I don't know, he had done meth like 5 seconds before he walked up on you. It was pretty bad.
Speaking of hard, I've also been playing Bloodborne. That game, I'm not sure what to think of that game. I just got a PlayStation 4, so I'm kind of playing video games again. But it's awesome and scary and fun, but it's too hard, I think. Maybe I'm just bad. But
I don't have Bloodborne. I thought about getting it, but I'm trying to play through the games I have. I haven't beaten Shadows of Mordor yet, which is a lot of fun.
Oh, is that good? I wanted to get that.
It's it gets a little repetitive, but I mean you can't play it. You'll play it. It's just like any game. You'll play it for like 25 hours or 30 hours straight. And then you'll kind of step away from it, but then it's very fun to come back to it, and it's very visceral. It's like there's just something very satisfying about fighting 35 orcs at once, and your character is like moving back and forth between them, blocking blows, and doing execution moves to cut off their heads and stuff like that. So it's very on a real basic level, really like gutturally satisfying to play, and the storyline's pretty cool actually. I mean, I like I said, I haven't gotten through the whole thing, so it might fall apart, towards the end. I mean, like after a while, well, no, it isn't. I was worried about that too because you climb around and you dive around and stuff like that, and you can be stealthy, but. Like I found that I would just like kind of run into one of the orc towns and just stab one in the middle of the street, and then just let the giant crowd come and just see how long I'd last, kind of thing. So but no, that one and oh shoot, I can't remember the name of the game now. Well, I picked up MLB The Show, which is fun, but gosh darn it, the other game I've been playing. Must be really good that I can't remember the name of it. Somebody save me here. Talk about something. Well, I think.
I started playing Fallout 3 again.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting for Witcher 3 here in 2 weeks.
Oh. Well, I'm excited for the new Deus Ex game. Do you guys like the last Deus Ex, the Deus Ex Human Revolution? Did you ever play that?
Far Cry 4. Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. I played the first Deus Ex long ago on a PC. I haven't played anything since then, though.
Man, that last one I thought was... I mean, it's old. It's been a long time since it came out, but it's one of those where, like, the decisions that you make have, like, cascading effects in the game. So, like... When I played it, I was supposed to like break into the morgue and steal this thing off this guy, and you bump into some guy that like used to work with you on the police force, and he's kind of a dick, and he's giving you a hard time. So I was like, I did the typical juvenile thing. I just pulled a gun out and shot the guy in the head for giving me lip. Well, then the next thing I know, I'm fighting the entire police force in this game, and then I kill off every cop in this thing, and then I go get the thing from the morgue, and then whenever I go to leave the police station, it brings up a load screen, and as soon as it would load, you would just hear, "There he is!" and then like a SWAT team would kill me. And then like I had to Google, I'm like, what the hell? And then they're like, oh, if you're an idiot asshole that decided to kill off this guy, you are now wanted and will be killed on sight as long as you are in this town. So you will have to use the sewers for the rest of the game to maneuver around the city, which will make the game take like 3 times longer than what it's supposed to. So I ended up beating it in the end, and I thought, even though that's, it was annoying, it was pretty interesting that, like, whenever I was in this one part of the world, like, I was being hunted like an animal for this dumb decision I made. The game was really good though. There was like cyborg stuff, so you like customize yourself, and there's it's almost. Did you ever play Dishonored?
No, I don't think so.
It's
Is
kind
that
of
the one
like
that's like an open world like shooter thing?
yeah, like well, you're supposed to be played completely stealthy,
Yeah.
and you'll never unlock everything in the game. So it's kind of like you'll play it one way, and you'll kind of pick a path, and you'll unlock some stuff. Deus Ex is kind of like that too. You'll never unlock everything. You'll only unlock a portion of it. So that's what makes the game neat. So I'm kind of excited to see what they do with the next one for that. So Far Cry 4, Lance?
Yeah, just another good first-person shooter type game. So I mean, it's I don't know. The best game for PS4 that you can buy is Grand Theft Auto. So I mean, if you don't own that, then what do you mean? Nah.
I can't. I have a 14-year-old son. Can't have
you wait till they go to you wait till they go to bed and then you play it.
Nah.
Grand Theft Auto is amazing.
I know. I've heard nothing but amazing things about, especially number 5.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's very fun. So, just so you know, Joel, we have Paul, the #1 fan of the Alaboom, on.
Hi, Paul.
#1.
Which is sad because since Paul's in here, nobody's asking any questions.
Nobody's chatting.
Nobody's in the chat room. So no, I don't know, man. Just did you see that? Did you see the Mad Max game, dude? Joel?
Oh yeah, I did. I watched the trailer for it like a couple weeks ago.
Not Mad Max. My Richard Lania sent me the only copy of.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, so
let's see.
Well, I can. I mean, none of the minis are in here, sadly. So.
You doing a video for it?
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm gonna take a poop in the box. I'm gonna send it back. Just really You know, the cool thing was, you see, the thing is like I was gonna mention this. Sean Brown mentioned like how cool it was that he heard from Reiner Knizia like called him on the phone or whatever, and I'm such an idiot that like when I got my phone call from Richard Lanius, I was like, oh, it's Richard Lanius, it's really him. So that made me happy. Oh good. So yeah.
Nice.
Giant game board with all kinds of stuff going on.
Looks nice.
No, yeah, I think the game will be amazing, and I'm looking forward to playing it. I think I'm gonna try to play it tomorrow night with my buddies, get them over here. But it looks very Lanius-y, and well, more often than not, I enjoy Lanius' stuff. So,
it's kind of like Defenders of the Realm. I think we talked about it a long time ago.
He said he like other than it's like got the city in the middle and being attacked by all sides by the 4 leaders of the bandits or whatever. Other than that, it's like totally different. You know, I mean that's the same basic theme, but there's like you can go on quests and stuff. You can get your character mutated on purpose to give them new powers and abilities and all this kind of crazy stuff. So, but yeah, the Mad Max movie looks amazing though. So.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen Avengers, Joel?
Friday. This Friday.
Okay, so
yeah, good.
So I can tell you about who dies then, and just so you're prepared, or do you not want me to? No? Okay. Oh, look! And Scott Alden just is going to talk about FIFA and what? Just I don't know. He's talking about video games right now.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I played the demo for FIFA, not on PlayStation 4 though. But I played through Destiny the demo. I don't know. It seemed kind of grindy. Does that make sense?
It is grindy, yeah. It's think Diablo as a first-person shooter, the current one, grind for loot. It's World of Warcraft, the first-person shooter, I guess, is another way to look at it. It's there to try to keep people playing and coming back, but doesn't have a subscription model, so I don't.
You're talking about Destiny, right?
Yeah.
I think Destiny, the whole idea is, well, you'll get through the story that comes with the game in like a nanosecond. I mean, and then you actually play the game. It's like if you understand, it's like, oh, but then if they're gonna expand on that story, but that's downloadable content that you can pay $30 for or whatever, to keep you coming back for more and more stuff, or you can just replay the exact same like kind of missions over and over again to grind up all these components so you can build better weapons and whatever. I don't know. It kept my interest. I got my $50 out of it or whatever it is I paid for it, so I can't complain. But
yeah. I thought it was fun. Does it? So when you get to the end of the demo, that's not too many missions. I think it's like 3 or 4. And your guy is kind of different than when you first started. Now, if you get to like level 50 or whatever it is, you're like really different. You have like, can you fly and?
No, it's like, and it's level 20, and then it's like power whatever, level 20 power 7 or something or whatever. However it worked, I forget what it is.
You get to level 20, then you start earning some kind of like other kind of level stuff.
Yeah, like your light, like your equipment actually. It has like a stat called light or something like that, or core. I can't remember. It's been a while, and then that increases your level and I don't know. I mean, it's not bad, but it's just it was grinding, and it was an MMO that was a first-person shooter, and I just didn't want to do that anymore. I'd rather play something fun. So
yeah.
So Joel, have you played any new games lately that are worth talking about?
Yeah. Well, I just threw up a review for Looney Quest, which is weird and fun. If you guys have heard of that.
We talked about it. Welcome to like 20 minutes ago. So.
Okay. I just literally got on.
2.5 hours ago.
You know what? I don't have played that. I'm not sure.
Forge War. You did a Forge War review recently, right?
Yeah, that's a fun one. I like that.
That's got so many moving parts. It's just.
It's not bad.
He's a local guy. He's in the game design group that I'm in. He's a really nice guy, Isaac.
Cool. You know, his new game. Go ahead, Keith.
The only thing I disliked were the tiny white cubes to mark your progress. If somebody so much as exhales, and you didn't know where you were, you're screwed.
What did you say, Joel? You said something about a.
Oh, what's his next game? I saw that on BGG. And
I played it. Gloomhaven.
Yeah, it's like a legacy kind of game, right? Sort of.
Yeah, well, I actually told him to go in and not use that term on his page because of Rob. That's Rob's thing. So.
Okay.
I played like one of the. I played like a dungeon crawl scenario or something. It's got some, it's a dungeon crawler. I don't know what goes on outside of the dungeon crawl aspect. It's got like a pretty heavy combat kind of system and card management aspect to it that's different. So I'd like to see what the rest of the game. I felt bad because all the people that played it were not fans of dungeon crawlers, so we played for 2.5 hours, and he was like, "What do you think?" And it was like, "Well," the first guy's like, "Well, I hate dungeon crawlers," and then the next guy was like, "Well, I hate dungeon crawlers," and then I was like, "I'm not a fan of dungeon crawlers, but this definitely was pretty neat." And then the last guy was like, "Well, I also hate dungeon crawlers." I'm like, "Well, why the hell did we all sit down?" I sat down to play because I was interested, because I thought Forge War has some pretty awesome, interesting elements to it, and I wanted to see. Because of the description of Gloomhaven, I was like, okay, what is this? This is going to be like this crazy, big, different kind of thing, and so, but yeah, I think he'll do well with it whenever he gets it up and running. He's obviously put a lot of work into it.
Mm-hmm. You know what game I played? I haven't reviewed yet. I'm still trying to figure out if I like it. Is Elysium? I don't know if you heard of that game, but
yeah, it's the new. It's like a Asmodee, one of their 50 companies they own. It's like someone described it to me as like an awesome version of Smash Up or something?
No, it's kind of like Splendor with special abilities, and that doesn't. It's not accurate, but it's kind of what the vibe is. Yeah, it's kind of like you feel like you have moved some pieces around when you're done, kind of thing. That's like at the end of the game, I'm like, cool, I moved some stuff around. It needs 2 points. Okay.
I was talking to Tim Norris, and he said he really liked it. He said it was like one of his games that he'd played recently that he liked a lot. It looks interesting to me. I mean, I'm always a sucker for the Greco-Roman god theme. I don't know why it's so played out, but I like that theme a lot.
I think I've only played the basic setup. So I think that might be the problem because you can like configure it different ways. So there might be some more interesting configurations.
But it's like separate decks, right? Like, don't you get cards from separate decks? There's like a bunch of different decks.
You can play with different gods.
Yeah, that's right. You pick different
that's
gods.
what the Smash Up comparison came from.
Yeah, that makes sense.
When is that out in retail? Do you know?
May 28th.
God, that's a long time from now. They've been talking about that there's been ads up for it for a while. Like
I saw it at Gen Con last year.
Did you play it, Keith?
No, they just walked us through a turn. It was at the Asmodee presser I went to.
Oh, you went to that thing. You got it. How did you get into that?
A buddy took me.
He's a professional hanger-on. You know that.
I'm a professional hanger-on. My roommate took me along. So I saw a lot of cool stuff at that thing.
What's that game? They got a game coming out this year at Gen Con. What is it? It's like a hex game. It looks like a Civilization Euro. What is it called? It looks cool. You guys know what I'm talking about? Maybe not.
Who's the publisher?
Asmodee. I'll pull it up. I know it looks neat. If it's not ringing a bell, Keith, maybe they didn't have it at the presser. I thought they did last year.
I'm not. It's not pulling up a bell in my head for that one.
Find it.
I'd like to be able. That was a good time.
I saw some production shots of what the new Mysterium looks like, and I gotta say, it looks pretty damn awesome.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. Oh, Barony is the name of the game.
Lance, have you seen the production shots for the new Mysterium?
Yeah. I like the one they did that made it look like a movie.
Yeah, but have you seen the actual components? There's like this really neat screen where you can put the cards to manage the cards, and instead of having like the little calendar with a disc.
I want that Italian version that has the crystal balls or whatever for the
Ukrainian has that.
I think this one, I was kind of like, I've got the other game, I don't need this one. But after seeing some of the component stuff, I'm like, wow, this looks pretty great.
I'll own both.
Yeah, when they showed the original, like some of the sketches of the American one, I was like, eh. But then the shots they showed the other day, I was like, wow, because it seems like there's a good cohesion between the dream cards and the other cards. These crystal balls?
Yeah.
I'm kind of jealous of your crystal balls.
Great edition. It looks like the American one's gonna have crystal balls too.
That's cool.
Are you showing off, Joel? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yep.
I thought you have the Ukrainian version. I thought you had the Polish version.
No, Ukrainian.
Where'd you get the Ukrainian one?
Game Surplus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah.
I didn't even. I was talking to Zeb at BGGCon. I was like, "Have you played anything neat recently?" And he's like, "Oh, you got to go play this game Mysterium. Just go buy it." And I'm like, "Okay." So I walked over to the booth. They had like a stack of them. I bought it, and then like within like 6 hours or something, it was like the hot game at BGG, and it was just gone. Like everybody was playing it. We probably played it like, I don't know, like 10 times or 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 times at the time.
They need more. I mean, it's pretty sad. I mean, the game's awesome. It's a lot of fun, but if you play with the same group of people and you play it too much, then like the metagame starts showing up.
Absolutely.
Where you're just like, oh well, he used that one for the spider last time. That one's the spider. You know, I mean, it's just kind of like, so I don't know. It's like it's weird. It's like if you play it with the same group of people a lot,
you need like a bunch more art, dream cards. So it's it's not that the game isn't fun. You definitely get your fun out of it. You need to either kind of like recycle the players or something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Well, I think it has the same problem Dixit has, where
you have a problem with your what?
It's the same problem the game Dixit has.
I'm sorry. I heard something completely different.
Of course you did, Rockfighter. Where whenever I play Dixit with Nick, my design partner Nick, we will always use Magic the Gathering references for cards, so that way that our wives won't know what the hell we're talking about, or the other people we're with, so that you get that perfect one guy got it. You didn't give away the boat to the whole room. And it's got the same thing where I think the first time we played it, this guy was just really keying off colors, and then it became very clear that was what he was going to do. Like the color, someone pointed out, they're like, "Oh, he's using colors," and then for the rest of the game, it was colors, 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 and then he knew that we picked, because someone had vocalized like, "Hey, he's using colors," so then he just pushed colors the rest of the game, and it sort of made the game a little unfun, honestly. I think the locations are so dynamic and have so much stuff in them that helps to combat that a little bit.
Yeah. The other thing about Mysterium that's interesting, and we've played around with different ways to sort of end it, and there actually is like 2 different endings. If you look at the rules in Ukraine and Polish, then there's actually a couple of different ways to do the ending. And it kind of gets lame when you have less players because it's like too easy, especially if you have enough rounds left where you can just kind of do process of elimination. But it seems like they could kind of tie it in or do something different there to make it more like because you're trying to figure out effectively like who killed the ghost, right?
Yeah.
In some way, but it's that's kind of loosely tied in. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it would be cool to kind of have like a little bit more like a thread that you sort of develop somehow. You can kind of make sense of things and the dreams that you figure out in the beginning of the game really have nothing to do with the final dream ever.
Yeah, the end could be a little anticlimactic. I've had it happen a couple times where we failed, but I would say the majority of the time it's really distinctly clear what the answer is, at least in the games we've played. But again, maybe it's because we played with a lot of the same people. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that game has been really tough for us to win. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know, for whatever reason, our group just doesn't. I think our group, like, too many people key into something, and they're just like, oh, it's got to be this. No, you're a effing moron, just like. I played a game.
That's the part I love about it.
I will say that. I mean, we played a game where one guy like I was the ghost, and so I give him, I don't even remember what it was, but like he had the hypodermic needle or whatever was the item, and there was something that had pointy sticks on it. So okay, here, I'll give you this. Hopefully you'll figure that out. And so then he picked something wrong. Like, I don't know. He's like, oh, it's poison, so it must be the spider. And everybody's like, I don't know if that's right, And he's like, no, I'm sure it's the spider, And no, you're wrong. And then I found another picture that had a spear point on it or something, So okay, here, I'll give you this. And then they're like, oh, it's like, it looks like it's probably the hypodermic needle. And he's just like, no, I'm pretty sure it's this over here, whatever. Some of them, and they're like, and everybody else is like, there was maybe one other person that still hadn't figured out their item, and so here it is, the 4th turn, he still hasn't figured out their item, and the entire team is like, it's gotta be the needle, and he's like, no, these are more green here, and I think it would be, and so finally, the 5th turn, fine, I'll pick the needle, and then of course he got it right, and everybody's just like. He's like, well, it's just the stupidest dreams you could have possibly given me for that. I'm like,
jeez.
Yeah.
Those are the best moments of that game, though, when you're the ghost and people go off the rails, and you're like, all right, I'm going to show them, but here's a kitchen, and there's a bunch of knives, and the sword is the item that you're trying to get them to guess, and then someone's like, maybe what he's trying to say is it's the rope, because the rope has a frayed edge and it looks like it was cut with a kitchen knife. And you're like, what the F are you thinking? How is your brain leaping to this place?
If you haven't played the crazy variant, you need to try it at least once.
The one with the little index of things?
No, the crazy variant is when nobody's allowed to look at anyone else's dreams. You can only describe your dreams instead of showing them.
Oh.
Do you guys know if the Asmodee version is going to have that little, that little box where like you can like knock yes or no, and you know what I'm talking about? Like I think it was like a print and play thing that someone.
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, like you could basically take a token and put it there, and the ghost could take weird types of actions to give you clues.
I think that was the print and play for the Polish edition, but I think it's official print and play.
Yeah, but is it? I wonder if it's going to make it into the Asmodee one, because that sounds pretty neat.
I didn't see it.
Paul, have you played Mysterium?
I haven't.
It's like Dixit and Clue, but better.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite games I played last year.
Yeah.
It's not at my local stores.
It's just
No,
very
it is not at a local store yet.
It's clever.
Yeah,
It's very clever.
Probably the end of the summer it will be.
Yeah, I think for sure by Gen Con, if not sooner, it'll be out.
Yeah.
It'll probably be. I bet they'll wait till Gen Con. It seems like that has some
Yeah,
buzz.
I think they've been saying all along it's going to be a Gen Con release. So.
Okay.
What else is coming out for Gen Con that people are looking forward to?
I don't know.
Well, Forbidden Stars, I think, is actually coming out earlier from Fantasy Flight. That's the big like StarCraft remake thing.
It's like the 40K reskin.
Yeah. Well, it's more than reskin, but yeah.
The other Space Cowboys game, Time Stories. I don't know when that's coming out, but there's a little bit of information on that now.
Mm-hmm. That looks cool too. Yeah. That kind of looks like Tragedy Looper, but like on the rails, I guess.
Oh, Tragedy Looper! Oh my God, screw that game.
That game's fun.
Rule books. It's like you open it up and it's like you're reading like an Emily Dickinson's friggin' diary or some shit to try to get through it.
It is a fun game. It's just very tough to explain.
I just don't have the kind of brain that can enjoy that. It's like I played with this guy and he's like, okay, so here's what's going on. It's like none of you guys know what's going on, but here's a little index, here's a little spreadsheet of things that may be happening, and I'm just like, this is bullshit. Like I have no interest. It just instantly, and we played it, and the guy that was the mastermind or whatever, he was having the time of his life, and I'm like. I mean, we might as well just like not even have any components in front of us, and you just be telling us weird stuff, and we'd be making guesses at it. It's like you're a chef in Paris. No, I don't know. You're a murderer. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. You know? It just wasn't. It wasn't for me. I know Zev. I talked to him about when that came out, and he was really super stoked about that game, and I picked it up based off of his recommendation, and And I'm not much of a. As soon as I see anime artwork too, I kind of get turned off, or I don't know, whatever the hell you call that crap.
Manga.
Yeah, whatever.
There's nothing else like that game.
No.
There's no other game like that.
Well, there's probably a reason for that.
Well, apparently Time Stories is sort of a similar theme where you kind of you can replay and you go back in time and start over, but it's a lot more streamlined and stuff. I think they call it. What do they call it? Like a deck.
It's like a role play. They said it's got role play.
Exploring.
Dexploring. Yeah.
Dexploring?
Yeah, I wish they wouldn't. It's like it's sort of like a communal deck building thing, but I think it just happens to be kind of like deck building. I don't know, but I definitely got to check it out.
It sounds interesting. There's a guy in our game design group that. Just based off of what I've read about it, it sounds very similar, and I know he's extremely bummed because he was working on something that sounded. It's probably in execution totally different, but thematically it sounds very, very much the same. But what are you gonna do? I don't know.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna listen to you, Lance, because you're my guiding light.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just a Kid Flash to your RoboCop, babe.
Kid Flash? What the hell?
So Joel, I see he says Punisher on Netflix. Is it true that you were the stunt double for Dolph Lundgren in the original Punisher movie?
Yes, it is true.
That one was so bad.
It was. You know, the first opening scene where he like wipes out like all of the mobsters in that mansion wasn't half bad. But like from that moment forward, which is like 3 minutes into the movie, it just is like the worst movie ever.
Yeah, I didn't care for the Thomas Jane one very much either, to be honest.
I liked that one. I liked it.
It had moments that you know they kind of didn't know which way to go. I mean, it was like they couldn't decide if they wanted to go full on like hardcore ultra violence or try to wash it out a little bit, if you will.
Well, it was the Garth Ennis story arcs, right? It was based off of the Garth Ennis story arcs.
It had elements of it, yeah. It wasn't a complete representation, but
it pulled a lot of stuff. I mean, like I don't remember if he was Russian in the movie, but the big guy that he fights in the apartment building and he stabs 100 times.
Well, that scene's amazing.
Just the Russian.
It was that's right. It was the Russian, but that was pulled from like an older War Journal like one shot. I mean, that's totally a character, but that's got nothing to do with Ennis. But I think that's where they were kind of trying to pull from different spots. Like I don't remember the guy with the guitar. I don't remember if that was in the comic books or not, but
but the knife thing was with shooting the knife blade. That was in that one where he was in the he was in that like that hut or that cabin up in the middle of the woods, and he was getting attacked by everything. So
did you guys see this thing where Preacher is apparently greenlit by AMC with Seth Rogen as the executive producer?
God, I hope not.
Wait, what was greenlit?
James Franco as the Preacher or some shit.
God, I hope not.
Oh God. I hated The Preacher. I loved The Preacher until like the last few issues, and I thought it was the dumbest ending ever.
Well, the problem with The Preacher was that it kind of switched gears about by the second to last graphic novel, and then it just kind of fell off the rails a little bit. Garth Ennis has a great ability to write. But he can't end something worth of crap.
Yeah.
He just kind of throws it all together at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is that movie should have that movie's been in production hell forever. That movie should have been made like 10 years ago when they still could have gotten Clint Eastwood to be the Saint of Killers.
Yeah.
Because he looks even now he looks perfectly like
what if they cast
Saint of Killers.
What if they cast Paul Giamatti to be the Saint of Killers?
No, I mean, okay. Here's a good question. So, if you're unfamiliar with the Preacher, then I'm sorry, but like if I had to go, and this is just me coming up with this off the top of my head, for the main characters, for the different players, for Jesse, I would. What?
Jesse Custer.
The Jesse Custer, I would go with Clive Owen.
No.
I think he can pull it off. Oh, watch Children of Men, man. He's
I
like
watched Children of Men. No.
Yes, totally. He could pull it off, and plus he could have a really bad Southern accent too.
No.
Tulip. Well, no, I was gonna say Cassidy. For Cassidy, you'd have to go with
what about the guy that plays Constantine? He can do it.
I was gonna say the guy that played the main character in District 9.
Oh, for Cassidy?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
He plays in that Powers.
Yeah, he does.
Powers. I don't know how I feel about that one yet.
He's good. And, yeah, it's one of those things where it should have been done by somebody with some money, I think, with Powers.
Wait, the guy from District 9 is in Powers?
Yeah.
He's the detective. Tulip. Oh man.
Patricia Arquette 15 years ago.
Well, 15 years ago,
Yeah,
Patricia
15 years
Arquette.
ago.
I would agree 100% with that one. But we're going present day.
How about Susan Sarandon?
No. Don't be an idiot.
I
God.
can't make it.
Nice snort.
I learned it from
God. I can't think of a good one for Tulip right now because you had to get
the crap like Miley Cyrus or some crap. You know?
no, because you need somebody sassy, but you need somebody also that would be like have some
Wanda
weight.
Sykes.
Yeah, there you go, Wanda Sykes, done. Could you convince what's his face for Hair Star? Could you convince
Patrick Stewart?
yeah, could you convince Patrick Stewart to just play a complete deviant?
I don't think so.
No, probably not.
He was so ridiculously handsome when he was young. So my wife showed me some picture of him when he was like a model. When he was like the 70s or something. He was absurdly attractive.
Oh yeah, he's in Excalibur, and he's a badass in that movie. And Excalibur's a badass movie. I mean,
I was talking about how hot he is, Lance. We're not talking about how bad.
No, but oh my gosh, the Nigel Terry, the guy who played King Arthur in Excalibur, passed away like in end of April. I saw that. I was like just stunned. Excalibur is like one of my favorite movies of all time. If you haven't seen it, you need to see it. It's
Is it better than the movie Lake Placid?
Dude, why? You can't. It's like, you're
That's one of my favorite bad movies of all time.
You're just pulling Excalibur isn't a bad movie though.
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying that Lake Placid is one of my favorite movies because it is so terrible.
Have you ever seen the movie Excalibur?
Yes. Lance, please.
No, you haven't.
From another mother. Come on, man.
Wait, okay. So who directed it?
Sissy Spacek.
You're full of crap.
I've seen it before. I don't know who directed it. It's not one of my favorite movies. Did you guys hear about Neil Blomkamp doing the Alien movie?
Okay.
That's going to be awesome, where he just pretends like Alien 3 never happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good decision though too.
Did you guys do any of you guys love like the Alien movies, or like do any of you guys have like the
My dad took me to the very first Alien movie when it had been in the movie theaters for like a week, and like God, what was that? That was 1979. Yeah, I was 8. I was 8. Wow. Yeah,
wow.
I didn't sleep for like 5 days.
If I could see any movie in the theater in the context of having never seen it, I would want to see Alien in the theater.
Yeah.
Alien is just
so awesome.
Well, it was just so atmospheric. I mean, it's a great movie. And he also took me to see The Thing as well in 1982.
Oh, that's another one.
And I actually
could have captured that.
I actually have the Thing, the movie, the Blu-ray in my my player over there, and like I was thinking about turning it on just to watch it again. I love that movie. It's such a good movie.
What do you think of the current, the one that came out a few years ago?
You know,
I thought it sucked ass.
It was a solid 5, I guess. I mean, it was they had some cool moments as far as tying the two movies together, which I kind of appreciated. It's like, why cut out the scene of the guy slashing his wrists and his throat though? Because it's an extra scene on the DVD. Because like there's that iconic moment if you haven't seen The Thing, you really should. But there's that iconic moment in The Thing where they go to the Norwegian camp and they come across that body that the guy has slashed both of his wrists and slashed his own throat.
and the blood that's pouring out of his veins is like frozen and stuff, and it's like just creepy as all hell. And Richard Dysart and Kurt Russell are like, what the hell happened here? And so like, oh, okay, so like I'm sitting there watching the new Thing, because like the Thing is like one of my favorite movies, and I'm like, okay, they explained why the axe is in the door. They explain why the two-faced thing that's all burnt up on the ground. They explain that. You're kind of going through that little checklist in your head of the things, and then like, why haven't they shown the guy kill himself? Why haven't they shown the guy commit suicide? Explain that, and it's actually like a deleted scene that you can see on the DVD, like after the fact, and like the guy basically runs and hides in this room, and then he hears the noise of like the thing skittering around inside the room, and he realizes that he's gonna be assimilated, and so he just takes out the straight razor and does himself in. But it's like, why not put that in the movie? It's like it was like a 5-minute scene, not even, and it's just like, I don't know.
5 minutes of a guy slashing his. That's that.
Well, no, it's him running into the room. It's him like barricading the door. It's him like looking around, getting scared, and then he hears like the weird skittering noise, like that you hear, and then he's just in there trying to figure it out. Then he actually sees like the thing like coming up over like this little barricade or something, and it's coming for him, and so he takes out the straight razor and does this thing, so but I mean, it's like, why not put that in the movie? I mean, I don't know, it bugged me. I don't know, I'm weird.
Yeah, the Thing is definitely one of my favorites. You know what's weird about horror movies is that they seem the most susceptible to trends of any other type of movie. Like, you remember, hear me out. Remember, like when Scream came out, and then it just became this like, the movies weren't really scary. It was just like orchestra hit crap where it's just like, BAM! And like, you get scared by noises, and it was also like all this idea of like these cheesy teen slasher things. And then there was like the movies like Saw and Hostel came out, and it was just like torture porn horror movies for 5 years. And now it's like found footage crap. It's like they went back to the Blair Witch Project, all these, what are these crappy ass movies where it's like all filmed with a baby monitor? It's like what is it?
Well, I don't know. It's all.
You know what I'm talking about? The one where like they're in the house and the house is haunted. There's like a million of them. I can't.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't know.
Paranormal Activity.
Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 of those damn things.
Yeah. They filmed it with like a baby monitor. It cost like $3 to make the movie.
Yeah. I remember my oldest, he's 20 now, but he was big into them when he was like a younger teenager. And one of his friends must have told him that they were real. He's like, I found this real thing. And I'm like, this is not real. It's made to look real. He was like 12 or something. And
there was that short trend too, where there was like The Ring and then The Grudge and like,
And then they had the scary movies where they like all those parodies. They had Scary Movie 1, 2, 3, 4. Some of those are pretty damn funny, but
they actually capture all of these the ridiculous of
all the trends, yeah.
But it doesn't seem like other movies that happens with other movies so much, right? Like it feels like it really does happen with horror movies. Like there's like a precedent that's set, and then people just sort of unknowingly or either willingly abide by it.
Well, that's because people that like horror movies, I mean, they like the genre, and so they have to have the thing. I don't know. I mean, most horror movies aren't spooky anymore. They don't creep you out. They make you just get on edge. And there's that, like it's the classic buildup of the tension and then the release, and it's just like, and they just do that over and over again. And the thing is that when that happens to me and I actually buy into it, I get mad at myself that I'm like actually like getting concerned. I'm like, what? Why am I acting like this?
You don't like the cool disbelief.
No, I get mad at myself. If you want to put something spooky or something like just genuinely creepy on there, what was the movie? I just saw it. But I didn't just see it. It was like about 9 months ago. It was just somebody think of it, and if they remember the name of it, basically it was like this rundown hotel that was like in the process of getting closed. And so then there's like basically this girl that works there, and there's this dude that works there, and they're like, in the next week or 2 weeks or whatever, the place is going to shut down and it's going to be done with. And so then the dude is like this big, like, you know, like ghost hunters guy, and he's got a website set up, and like he puts all these cameras up inside the hotel, and he's like, oh, check out what I found out, you know, and like he's got this image of like these doors opening and closing without anybody there, and like so she's buying into it, and she's like, oh, this is really interesting, and so then and they hear about that supposedly this woman committed suicide in like the 1920s in the hotel or whatever, and so and I think it was called the Innkeepers. I think it was called the Innkeepers, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. But basically, there are no big, like, you know, moments or anything like that. It was just this, like, slow buildup of just creepiness of, like, you know, and not that, like, it had, like, this, like ghost, like, coming out and, like, you know, grabbing you or anything like that. I mean, eventually they devolve into that, but, like, the first, like, 2/3, you know, 3/5 of the movie is just this setting of tone and setting of like feel, and like you really kind of get the feeling of like, here, yeah, it's a hotel, it's open, but they've got like 4 guests, and like this woman is just sitting behind, and then, like, you have this giant building and all these weird, like, old building and like weird noises and things like that. It was just a really, really creepy good movie, and it didn't have blood or it didn't have any. It was just really well done. And there's this scene where basically like they're her and this dude are like sitting there like creeping around in the basement, like trying to figure out what's going on, or you know, and they're walking, and then they like the guy's flashlight of course goes out, which is like a, you know, a classic trope of any, and then so she comes over to talk to him, and she gets her flashlight to look, and then they're staring right at each other, and he's like, wow, you know, where are we? And she's like, oh, I think we're like close to like the boiler room or something like that, and like he's sitting there and he's looking at her, and all of a sudden her eyes go really wide, and he's like, what's wrong? And like she's like, she's right behind you. And it's just like, and I remember that moment in the movie. It was like, oh my gosh, that is like it was like it was just no big bump or anything like that, but just the look on the girl's face, and like it was actually like a honest to goodness send a chill up your spine, you know, moment in the movie, and it was just really well done.
I think the last horror movie I saw that I thought was kind of creepy was The Conjuring. But anything that has shit with dolls, I can't. I'm serious. I am. If like Chucky from Child's Play walked in my room right now, you would just hear like me flatulate, and I would die. Like I would just die of fear instantly. I would not protect my family or myself. I would just be dead, because the idea of a doll coming to life for some stupid reason is like the pinnacle of horror to me. But that doll, and they made that spin-off movie Annabelle, which I will never watch. Like, you know, if there was like a Guantanamo Bay type situation and they wanted me to tell like secrets that I needed to give up, they'd make me watch that movie under duress, and I would just spill the beans. But I can't handle dolls, man. Dolls. I thought The Conjuring was scary. It was kind of scary.
It was a good idea. I mean, it's based on those people that are just completely and totally made up, you know, which is kind of like annoying to me. But, you know, it's
who, the ghost hunter people, the Vera.
Oh yeah, they completely made up everything, and you know, just to yeah. I mean, it's just, but you know, whatever. You know, if you're gonna, ghosts aren't real, so you don't have to worry about it anyway. So.
You know, again,
but if I'm sorry, but if you want to talk about like really, really bad, like you know, that effing clown from Poltergeist. Oh my God, that clown doll.
Yeah. What do you think of the new Poltergeist that's going to come out?
Have you seen the picture of the clown doll for that one?
Yeah, I'm not interested.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine. It's just like, oh, that scene in Poltergeist with the little kid, and he's sitting there, he tries to throw his jacket over it and it doesn't work, and then so he, that moment when he looks up and it's not in the chair, and you're just like, oh, F me. I mean, if I was that kid, I'd be running out the door as fast as I could. But he's like, oh, like, I'm gonna look underneath the bed. Oh, ugh.
That's a rookie mistake.
Oh no, you never do. You know, I mean, you pull the covers over your head and you sit there and breathe stale air all night long. That's the that's what you have to do. There's no way around it.
It's called Caucasian curiosity. That's what you call that.
The classic Eddie Murphy line where if like if we see a brother running towards me, I run with him. You know, just like.
Did you guys ever see any of the Jackass movies?
Yeah.
Did you remember the one where they faked the diamond heist and they fell through the ceiling and it was just like it was like a bunch of boys, and there was just one black guy. He just got up and he ran like instantly. He didn't take 1 second to look. This came up. Remember Lance last week when I said I prank called my coworker of mine from a job of mine?
Yes.
So he's a Jamaican guy, and whenever I prank called him, he just didn't fall for it. He was like, nope, nope, nope. And then whenever I finally was like, okay, it's me, and he was like, see, he's like, you can't do. White people fall for this. White people fall for prank calls. They indulge dumb conversations. He's like, we just don't have time for this stuff, man. It's the same thing with horror movies. He's like, every time. He's like, you think a Jamaican dude is gonna walk up if he hears a weird noise? He's gonna investigate what it is. You just leave. That's the safest thing to do is leave.
Well, as Eddie Murphy said, it's like Poltergeist wouldn't work with me. It's just like, so my daughter's in the TV. So, did you try to save your daughter? Yeah, I tried to turn the channels. Nothing happened. You figure it out. Classic. Back when he was still funny.
Yeah.
And him being on Saturday Night Live actually important. Oh, Joel, before you go, or before this ends, I gotta ask you. So
it's never going to.
Tom Brady's a big cheater, huh?
I guess so. Did you see in the report that came out today? They said they linked back to a game in 2004 where he was playing the Jets, and the Patriots were down with like 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. And somehow, I don't know how this winds up in a report in 2015, but he swapped the ball out because it was very slick that day. So he swapped out for a deflated ball, and he went down and drove the field and, scored a touchdown and they won the game. So that's like, to me, it's like, I'm a Seahawks guy, so I wanted the Patriots to lose, obviously, or whatever. I don't really care that much, but I didn't think it'd be that big of an advantage. I mean, it's shady as all can be, and he should probably be suspended for a few games. But just the fact that like they found something from 2004, and like how long have they been doing this? Like every time it's cold, does he do this, and they just happen to get caught this last year? That's crazy. I don't know.
If he ain't cheating, he ain't trying. The Patriots way.
Yeah. Well, it's professional sports though too. I mean, as a Seahawks fan, I can fully admit that like half the defense is on Adderall or whatever. You know what I mean? Like.
Well, I've said this many times. It's just like back when. Why is it back when like everybody under God's green earth had a guy in their baseball team that was juicing and it was hitting 40 home runs?
Yeah.
But not the Twins. Nope. we just couldn't do it. we're just gonna be horrible forever. We're not gonna bother cheating, and then just dumb. Just like everybody else is launching. We got a guy that hits 16 home runs. We're busting out the kazoos and singing a song.
Yeah, we'll see what shakes out of this. I'm sure he'll get suspended for about 4 to 6 games, I would expect. But
I bet he doesn't suspend it at all. I bet he'll maybe 2 games, and then he'll have to pay some fine that, and then they'll just pay him that amount underneath the table, and then be done with it. I think it's so funny that like the owner Kraft, he's like, oh, I will demand an apology from from the blah blah blah, and just like and it's like well, and then his response was so classic. He was like, well, I don't really see why they'd spend all this time and effort just to figure this out, and just like, but
yeah.
I guess we'll just have to listen to what they say about how it is, just like whatever. Just shut your mouth. Just you cheated.
Yeah. It's such a crazy issue because like a guy, I don't know what the guy's name is, but I think he was on the 49ers or some team, but he got busted with pot last year, and they suspended him for like 2 games, and that was it. I mean, it is what it is. It's illegal in most states, and he got busted. But like, really, does that affect his football? You know, I mean, it's probably going to make him play worse. You know, and then they're going to suspend him for 2 games. But here is Brady, you know, fighting the rules of the game. So you think about the integrity of the game, right? And he's breaking that, and that's to me, from a football standpoint, is more important or more of a I don't know.
No, I agree, and it's like it's like one of the things like guy but the same thing, you get caught smoking marijuana and you get the same suspension as somebody who beats his wife.
Right.
It's like
exactly.
it's hard to draw the comparison there. It's just kind of like I don't know. Yeah. The Vikings are so dumb too. It's just like the whole Adrian Peterson thing and his lawyer and his agent saying he wants out and football just sucks right now. I can't even get excited about any of it.
It does.
So. Oh, Paul left. Dang it. Oh no, Paul's here.
Paul's here.
Travis left. Travis left. Wow.
We started talking sports.
Oh, I suppose we started talking sports, and he was just like, "Oh, I'm out of here. We're not. I can't offer up some random adjective and an adverb to describe something for this conversation." Oh, I love Travis. He's a good guy, but no, yeah. So you're kind of meh on Elysium right now.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not bad. I think a lot of people really enjoy it. It's at least a decent gateway game, but I don't know. Somehow I think I might have overhyped it in my head or something because I don't know who.
I mean, everybody said it was going to be this great game, and then
I just think in general it was like had a ton of buzz, so I was like, oh, this is going to be great, and then it's just kind of bleh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I want to play it again. We're going to do a family game night here, so we'll see how it works with them.
Well, and I was kind of meh on Deus too, or Deus.
I like Deus. I like think it's a lot of fun.
I was like, God, I've played this before. I was just kind of like, it wasn't that it was bad. It's just like, could somebody please just do something new? Anyone? No.
Well, I like the discard thing. How you discard like the one thing, and depending on whatever the one card they use to trigger the ability, you can get a bunch of new cards or get money or get resources. I like that instead of like just discarding to refill your hand. It has like a little. Yeah. I thought that was cool.
I did play Armada, and I don't know if you played that yet.
No, I haven't. I'm trying to stay away from it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's fun. The little ships are just kind of completely and totally just fodder. I mean, they're there just to, something else to be shot at. Really, honestly. I mean, that's it doesn't. I mean, it never seems like the little ships ever have a shot at really doing any damage to the big ones. I mean, they're just. I mean, if you can get the TIE fighters together. Because they get extra dice then. If you can get TIE fighters together, just, they can swarm stuff. Mm-hmm. And so you get extra dice then. But, I mean, I don't know. The big ships are just fun to move around. I like it because it reminds me of Car Wars movement. The old Car Wars I used to play and, plotting the movement of everything. I enjoyed it for that reason. So, yeah. I still really, really get annoyed by the fact that, if you run into things, you stop. It's like, this is space. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just like, why am I at a two-dimensional game board for a space battle? But then again, if you go back and you remember the space battles in Star Wars, I mean, it was like all the ships would just kind of line up together and fire. Nobody was ever going up and down and going crazy and stuff like that. It just, I don't know. I realized you just couldn't do that, so. But
There you go.
Well, speaking of Star Wars, they did a Kickstarter for the old one again.
Well, they did it for the arenas. I don't want the arenas. I want the frickin' what was it? I want like a new rule set, and I want like all this.
They're doing it. And it's going to be kind of sort of X-wing style, where you have
and see, that interests me a little.
Yeah.
Though I'm tentatively a little worried about it. I don't know, but I mean, I think they saw the writing on the wall and they realized they could probably make a lot of money on that. If they,
I mean, I didn't really give it much of a shot, but I tried the old Car Wars and didn't really like it at all. It's just too much bookkeeping, and I mean, it feels so like 70s. I mean, I know it came out in the 80s.
See, that's what I love about it. I love the fact that you invite people over and then you spend 2 hours
like
making your car, and then it gets shot out from underneath you in like the first 5 minutes of the arena. Just like, there's something so glorious about that, that I enjoy. So, that's part that I love. So.
I'd love to see like
Car Wars is so old school.
Like Car Wars or something, like just crazy, cars or big semi trucks and all that, and just like put it all together and just have like a Mad Max thing and do like.
I mean that would be fun. I mean, and you could totally do that with like a Car Wars-esque, game or whatever. You could totally go to town with that and have fun with it. It would be it would definitely be a lot of fun. I mean, I just watched Road Warrior the other day, actually, just because I was bored and I was like, I gotta watch a Mad Max movie. And man, I love the gyrocopter pilot. I always loved him, his character, just trying to steal the dog food can from Mad Max's dog and flying by and dropping snakes on people and just. Just so many great moments with that. I can't think of his name right now either, but he had a bit role in the Lord of the Rings movies. He was the mouth of Sauron that was cut from the theatrical release, but it was in the extended release. Basically, this guy that comes out to talk to Aragorn and tell him that they're gonna kill his party or whatever, and then he tells Aragorn that they've already killed Frodo or something, and Aragorn cuts his head off. So
I can remember that.
Yeah, I can't remember. I can't remember the name of the actor though. But yeah, he had that bit role in there. But yeah, just in Road Warrior, if you go back and watch it, it's just like there's no plot. I mean, there's none. I mean, it's just like he shows up out of nowhere. He sees this little like town getting attacked by these crazy guys. He fights his way in and then convinces them to give him a bunch of fuel so he can go and get a semi truck for him. And then they just I love that scene when he's driving the semi truck into the compound or whatever, and Lord Humongous goes over to get one bullet for his gun. And it stands in the middle of the road, and then shoots the radiator out on the truck before he dives out of the way. That whole movie is just great. Just
oh, Robin.
Good morning, Robin. Oh my goodness.
Good morning.
Hey, Robin.
Hey.
How's it over in Guam?
Yeah, Guam.
It's foul. It's raining. It's grey. It's miserable. Kids have been a pain in the. Oh, we're still alive. Yeah, it's. I had parental duties to see to this morning, so.
It happens. It happens to the best of us. Awesome. Well, gosh, I was talking about finishing up and being done with this, but now we're like.
You just added an hour.
Yeah, I know. No, I gotta get some sleep. I actually have a huge project I gotta finish up at work tomorrow. And has anybody played Lanterns?
Yes, I have.
Is it any good?
It's basic tiling set collection. It's kind of thinky. I can understand why it got the Menster Award because it is kind of thinky. You have to not only consider what you're getting yourself, but at the same time consider what you're giving the other players around the table. Because every time you lay a tile, they'll receive whatever. So on the square tiles, there's a pattern on each edge, and whatever edge is facing them, they will receive that. And because it's set collection, you're trying to avoid giving them something whilst at the same time benefiting off whatever you lay, because you can maximise what you lay down by clever positioning. So it's quite a neat game. It's pretty light, but yeah, it's okay. I've only played it the one time. I think it probably does better with more than 2 players because of that whole puzzle of trying to work out what you're giving other people. I think it'll excel with more players around the table.
That makes sense.
Interesting.
So yeah,
I'm considering picking up because it's cheap as hell, and but I haven't decided if.
I mean, the components are quite nice. Pretty basic components, but they're all right. I've received a couple of other Kickstarters this week, actually, which I haven't got to the table yet. Ophir. And the other one was Chaosmos. Oh, yeah, Chaosmos, I think it's pronounced.
Ophir is supposedly on its way to me, and yeah, I got a copy of Chaosmos too, which Chaosmos is a really fun game as far as hiding the egg, basically. Lots of fun with that one. But there you go. That's my 2-second review of that one. Yeah, I don't know. God dang it! I don't know if I want to pick up Lanterns or not.
What is it retailing at?
Like $23. It's like nothing. But it's one of those things where it's like, will my daughter like it? I'm wondering.
Yeah, I think that's probably who you should aim it for, more as a family game than a gaming group game.
Right.
I've almost got her to, she's starting to understand like worker placement and stuff like that. So it's like.
I think this would be much easier to pick up because I mean, there's no language dependency at all. It's just colours. And so, I mean, how old's your son as well?
Well, he's 3, so he's not going to play.
Yeah, but no.
Other than eating it,
you could associate colours. Begin to associate colours. Maybe not. Maybe next year or something like that. Begin to use it for colour association, things like that. And then it becomes a family game. So it's kind of got how you got the set collection of Ticket to Ride with the colours there. So it's kind of got that aspect, but then with the tile laying which is what's giving you the colours. I would say for a younger family, I could see that working definitely. And also, if you've got older relatives, parents, or what have you that aren't gamers but don't mind sitting down and playing a game with you, I can see that working with them as well.
Good deal.
Decision.
Buy it.
Hey Lance, did you get any of these? Zombie
sorry,
Side?
what now? Which one is that?
This is the VIP one.
Oh no, I just have the like the first 6. Like,
do you want it? It's an extra I've got.
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna say no thank you to a free thing. Yeah, I'll take free.
Okay, wing me your postal.
Why? How did you get an extra one?
I bought 2 by mistake. I didn't realise that one came with the pledge.
Oh.
So I got.
How is that? Oh, you must you Kickstarter. You got your Zombicide stuff.
Yeah, I have to pay for all my games.
Well, I'm just. Oh, I see how that is. I see where you're going with that. All right, that's fine. Hey Joel, have you purchased your plane tickets yet for Gen Con?
Yep, and BGCon.
Oh, really? How much were your tickets to Gen Con?
I'll tell you all of it.
Why'd you buy them already, dude?
Because
six weeks before.
I don't like to mess around. Where's my tickets? Delta. It was 500 round trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to realize I live in BFE. Like, literally, if I flew from Seattle to wherever I'm going, it's like $100 or $150 cheaper. That's because I have to make a jump to Seattle or Salt Lake or Denver or something. It just like jacked me up. But I did get, I think I got a pretty good deal on my BGGCon one. Let's see. Yeah, that was $330. That was a much better deal. We're about the same distance, so who knows?
Yeah, you're probably like flying on some puddle jumper or something.
No, it's a legit airplane.
No, it isn't.
No, it is. It's Delta.
Did you just go right through the airline, or did you go through like some orbits or something weird?
Let's see. For Gen Con, I got it through Delta, and I think for BGCon too. No, BGCon I went through Expedia. Yeah. It used to be Southwest was the cheaper ones, but lately Southwest hasn't been very cheap at all. I don't know why.
When is Gen Con again this year? July.
Last week of July. So the last Thursday technically is the first day of Gen Con.
So I fly in on. You get there on like Monday or something ridiculous, don't you?
No, Tuesday. Come on. I gotta acclimate to the surroundings.
Are you going to any cons, Paul?
I'm going to BGG. Gen Con, I've never been to a big con, and just Gen Con seems way too crazy for me.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
It is.
I just want to play games. I don't care about just seeing all that stuff. I want to play games.
But you can play games at Gen Con, though. I play a lot of games there. I mean, if I wasn't running around doing videos all the time, I'd be playing way more games. I mean, they have the board game library, which is fine. You got to pay money, but I know lots of people that go in there and just live in there. They go to the vendor hall in the day and do whatever, and they'll do some events. But you can't. I think it's kind of I don't know if it's a myth, but it's sort of a misrepresentation, I think, because you can play quite a few games at Gen Con.
It just seemed BGG seemed like maybe more of a friendly place to like try to meet new people and play games as opposed to just the madness of that many people.
Yeah. Yeah. I haven't been to BGG Con. This will be my first year, so I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Yeah.
I noticed it looks like more and more people are trying to get there earlier and earlier and earlier. Not just to BGG, but Gen Con, but all the cons. People are kind of meeting up and having a more sociable time before it starts.
Yeah.
It seemed to be the trend as a kind of residue of what happened last year, with a couple of people turning up 1 or 2 days early. It seems that people are getting more into that, and they're starting to expand unofficially longer and longer.
Yeah.
Well, I've always felt with Gen Con, I'd like it to be a week. Like I'd like to do. I don't know. Gen Con is weird. It's so many like little pockets and niches of people that are sort of like within the larger thing, because you have like the RPG people and the LARP, or not the LARP, but the cosplayers, and then you have lots of different groups of people. Like there's a large contingent of, I would say, of designers and publishers that seem to sort of congregate in Hall E, and a lot of folks that put games on Kickstarter and that have prototypes that they're playing, and and it feels to me like I'm always kind of split between different people and groups that I've sort of become friends with over the years. And I have some friends of mine from the East Coast that are always playing games in the board game library, and then there's people like Lance and everybody else that are media people that I've become friends with, and so there's these different little niches and pockets of things that are going on. It's this weird sort of, I don't know what it is. It's hard to explain because there's a lot of people there kind of for the same reason, but there's a lot of people there for like very different reasons. Everybody's there playing. What's that?
Just so you know. He abandons his friends, just so you know. It's like,
me?
Oh, where are you, Joel? Where are you, Joel? Oh, I'm over here talking to this guy who's got this Reiner Knizia makeup thing here. We're gonna like go over that for the next 7 hours, and then we're gonna play this soccer FIFA thing that I always play. And
that's the thing with Jack. You can't really make plans. That's the
whatever. You plan out like every minute of every day that you're there. Oh, I got to be over here for another video, and I got to do this, and
that's during the day, though. That's during the day. I'm talking. That's just me. I mean, as a regular.
You are ninja smoke. You are ninja smoke as soon as that thing closes. You just you are like poof. Where's Joel? I haven't seen him. I have no idea where he is. Other than like I run into him in our room where he'd walk in, he'd drop Kemble's Crusade. This game's the shit. And then he'd leave. I'm like, what just happened? Where did he go? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mean there's just a lot going on, so the craziness is it's different. I don't know, but
yeah.
I think that's going to happen more and more with Essen as well, because that's always what I can talk about because it's what I know. Where because there aren't the gaming centres within, or there isn't a gaming hall within the event, people tend to drift off to their own hotels and play games. But now this year they're doing the warm-up day event, which used to be on a Wednesday night, the day before, at a local kind of establishment. And now they're going to start expanding that, so that's every single night. But more and more people are arriving the day before or the Tuesday, and then staying for the day, the Monday and what have you, or the full Sunday and the Monday before going home, just so that they can socialise afterwards. Because the event itself is just so crazy busy, and for many people it's either business or work.
Well, Joel, remember, what was it, 4 years ago when there was that one little like weird kiosk where like down by the escalators where it was always a spot to play games down there.
Yeah.
Like we'd say, oh, it's like let's play whatever. This is back when Joel would hang out with me at Gen Con. We'd say, oh, we should play this game or whatever that we just picked up. Oh, okay, where should we play? And then we like, oh, let's just go to that one spot. You'd head down there and yeah, there'd just be tables and tables and tables, and just empty rooms, and now, like you even walk by that, it's jammed with people.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's I don't know. I mean, people talk about like, oh yeah, we play games in the lobby of the hotel or whatever, and they're like, that doesn't sound nice at all. It's just I don't know.
Yeah, I don't like to do that either.
I mean,
the hotel we've got is a really, really good hotel with a great big. I mean, the lobby is, compared to other hotels locally, it's really well organised. There's a great big long table and lots of bar areas for gaming.
Yeah, but you're saying that that warm-up event thing, that's going every night. That's pretty cool. But from what video I've seen, I think of that, if we're talking about the same thing, there's only room for like maybe 200 people tops.
Yeah, they have to limit it because of the fire regulations, and it also has to close at like 11 o'clock at night or something like that, which is a shame. But then we just go back to the hotel as well. So I mean, most nights hotel-wise, I'm up till 2, 3 in the morning before we finally kind of pack it in. The other thing about the warm-up day thing extending is that you have to pay to go in to be a part of it, because it's a licensed establishment. But then you get free unlimited soft drinks. There is a bar if you want to use the bar. And
that's cool.
Yeah, now, I think there's food as well. Sorry.
Why does Essen shut down so much? Is that just a cultural thing, or?
Well, the fair itself has always been it's a trade fair.
Okay.
More than a gaming fair, I guess, originally, and I don't know. I guess it's. I mean, it's always been about buying new games more than about playing the games. I've only been going for the last 3 years, so I don't really know the full history of why it's the way it is now. Because what's crazy is that they've got the message center itself is massive, and they only use under half the hall space that's available to them. So there's nothing that theoretically could stop them from hiring out one of the other halls, exhibitor halls, and charging people to go in there to play during the day. They could do it, and goodness only knows why they don't. Because there are plenty of people sat around on the floor trying to break out games and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, the little bit that I've heard from folks that have been there is that the crowd is a very different crowd. I mean, Gen Con is kind of like your typical geek, your gamer, or whatever that means, right? But where Essen is much more mainstream, it's basically like all of Germany and the surrounding Europe shows up with their kids and their families and stuff, and they go, hey, we're going to come here and buy 10 games for the year, and these are going to be the games that we're going to play at our house, and it's just like, anybody, and they have the people that have no interest in geeky things, or nerdy things or whatever. They just, the gaming is more sort of ingrained into everyday activity, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely spot on. It does seem the culture seems to be very, very different in Germany to what I'd say what we know, what you guys know in the States, what I know in the UK, and even here in wherever it is Lance has decided to place me this time. But over there, gaming is a way of life. It's more of a natural kind of thing.
Yeah.
There's nothing forced about it. It's just a family activity, and there are plenty of people that go there with their families during the day. I mean, it's crazy how busy those halls get, and occasionally you still see people pushing prams around and buggies around and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And there aren't that many cosplayers, for example. There are a few that come dressed up, and they're quite good fun. But yeah, definitely. And Saturday is just crazy because of course it's the weekend, so all the kids are off.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy for families then.
Now, was it the same over at the UK Expo? Is it that big one over in the UK?
I don't know. I've never been.
I thought you had. All right.
I was planning on
You
going
will
this year,
see
but
strollers at Gen Con, though, but those people will get many, many, many glares as they move through the vendor halls. Usually it's somebody in cosplay pushing a stroller. I don't know why.
How about that one night when it was like 3 o'clock in the morning and we were in like Hall E, and there was that weird family that had like, they were the married couple that had like kids ranging from like 2 to 7 with them at like 3 a.m. and one of the kids was so bored he was pushing the other 2 kids in the stroller up and down. I was just like, my lord, I don't know what game you're playing. Your kids.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Before I need to walk. I need to walk 1,000 miles in their shoes, right? Before I can judge. But
they're having fun. The kids were fine. They weren't. I know I know exactly what you're saying, but the kids were fine. It's just 3 in the morning.
Yeah. I was just like, goodness gracious. I was just, this just looked weird to me, but whatever. What do you do? All right. I need to go to bed. I can't. If I don't call into it, I'm just gonna be up until heaven knows when. So, we talked about a lot. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, like for those of you who didn't tune in, if you haven't watched the whole thing, beginning we had Jason from 8th Summit Games. We had Sean from Mr. B Games. Travis was here. Make sure you check out the WarQuest Kickstarter that's going on right now, and the game's amazing. So just I back it like I have. Jason will have the Defenders of the Last Stand from Richard Lanius that comes up on Kickstarter on the 14th of May. Does anybody here have anything they wanna pimp? Robin, you got anything cool coming up?
Recording a new podcast this evening. It'll go up Monday, hopefully. And then Spinning Meeples, my video will be up. Carl's video will be up next week, and mine will be the following one, talking about games for young kids because he's just had a baby. So
that's right.
Rhiannon's has just gone up this week.
Barry, you got anything going on?
Next Thursday, I'll be doing a sit down with Aldi, and Tuesday, I'm trying to get a bunch of people, Joel and then Susie and Chaz and Anthony for a game of But Wait, There's More and a hangout. We're just trying to nail down the time on that one.
Thanks for asking me, by the way. I appreciate it.
Do you know how hard it is?
My invite must have got lost somewhere in the mail, right?
Do you know how hard it is to get 5 people to agree on a day and a time? I mean, come on.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't know how tough it would be for making it to that time since I wasn't asked.
Hey, Lance, when are we doing our thing?
Hey, you know what? Anytime you want, I'll just make myself available for you. That's what I do for true friends. So.
What about you, Lance?
I don't know. You don't care.
No, not really. I would have said it anyway if I did.
That is the most cutting Barry's ever been.
No, I don't know. I've got like I said, I got that video Defender of Last Stand. I got to do that. I got to play it. I gotta play it. I gotta play it tomorrow night, and hopefully it's good. It sounds like it's gonna be amazing though. I don't know. I got some other videos coming up. And then my daughter and I have been working on 2 or 3 reviews, and we haven't had time to finish them off. So my daughter wanted to do a review of Gulo Gulo, which she loves. I'm lucky enough to own a copy. Which, I know they're going to do like a weird reprint, but I just, it was one of those things. Here's a review of a game you can't own. Just like, but she really wants to do it because she really enjoys playing the game, so we'll do that.
Hey, Lance, whatever happened?
Go ahead.
What happened to the D&D campaign with your daughter?
It just, we just don't have time. I mean, she plays in my real D&D campaign now. We meet up every Saturday, and then she plays in the big boy game now. So, she loses interest. I mean, it comes and goes, but most of the time, she likes drawing the map more than anything. She likes being able to draw because we have a large piece of actually tempered glass that we use. That's about 5 feet by 3 feet, and we put it over a big, giant, large grid. And so you can just draw on that with dry erase markers. And so I use that to sketch out the maps and things like that. And we don't really use minis. We do theater of the mind combat. But I use it to immersion. This is the room you're in kind of thing. But she really enjoys drawing that stuff, and she enjoys playing her character, her Nimbles the thief, so she likes playing him and has fun with the game, and it's just it's one of those things that if I can get, it's weird because Friday nights are just tough to get. My son now doesn't go to bed at a normal time anymore. We used to be able to get him to bed around 7, but now he's just kind of really rambunctious and doesn't want to do it. And then if he comes out and he sees the rest of the family sitting around at the table doing something, then why would you want to go to bed? Just like, oh, you guys are having fun, but I got to go to bed. You guys suck. So I can understand his mentality with that. So I mean, we had a lot of fun with it, and it's something I want to go back to. I need to find the time, and I need to get it put together. I should just have her start doing her reactions to our normal sessions, and that would probably work out really well. So, which maybe I'll start doing that. So, but she's a good kid, and she's going to be a big geek. And I feel bad, but a geek that can break boards at their feet because she's Taekwondo. She's really taking a shine to Taekwondo. So, yeah. Thanks for asking me about that. No, I got that coming up, and like I said, I got those. And then she enjoys playing Mysterium. I should do a review of that, but everybody's done a review of it at this point. I mean, everybody knows it's a fun game. They're going to get a copy. I should. She likes Pictomania too. She's been wanting to do a review of that. That's one of the ones we've been working on. Yeah, Pictomania is fun. Wow, there's such a disparity between like the really difficult ones and like the not so difficult ones.
Like this.
I mean, it's like, oh, draw a sword. Okay, draw the Emancipation Proclamation. What? It's ridiculous how difficult some of those higher level ones are. But I actually don't even know where my copy is because my wife snagged my copy of Pictomania, and like that's her ladies' night when they get together and play games. That's the game they play, and so they can laugh at each other and make fun of each other and whatever. And it's weird because like there's actually like a method to your madness because it's like, oh, do I draw a really good picture, or I draw like a kind of good picture, because you don't want other people to get points. I don't know. It's kind of a fun aspect to it. I don't know.
Would that be a good game for somebody who doesn't like Pictionary or something like that?
Yeah, because you don't have to. You just have to draw it. Well, I mean, not unless you're drawing like on a really high level. I mean, the whole idea with Pictomania is that one, you want to get done with your picture as quickly as possible because you get bonus points for being done first. Mm-hmm. But you also can't draw so crappy that nobody picks it. And gets it right, because if you draw something that's horrible, you'll lose points. But for people, if they guess what you drew right, they get points for that. So it's like you want to draw it well enough that somebody will get it, but not so good that everybody will. Yeah, and so like, and even like maybe try to draw one that could be like a tweener between two things, kind of thing. So, there's some strategy to it.
How does it compare to Telestrations?
I've never played Telestrations, so I couldn't tell you. I do really like that Looney Quest though. Rylan really likes that too. So much better than Doodle Quest, but I own both of them because my son really likes the Doodle Quest one. So I said that already. So there you go. And too bad Looney Quest won't ever get released in the United States.
It's by the same company, right?
Yeah, and the Doodle Quest, Blue Orange Games has the rights to have that brand of game because they're both games are by the same designers, and so like the American version is Doodle Quest and the European version is Looney. So, and Looney is twice the game.
Yeah.
Which stinks. But
it's not bad though because I think it was $38 shipped.
Yeah, if you go on to Amazon, there's some UK company that's selling them, and yeah, it's like $38, and they'll ship it to you, and you get it in about a week. It's not even that bad.
Not bad. It took me a couple of weeks to get mine, but
well, it's such a crapshoot. Will it get stopped at the border or not?
Yeah.
So.
What's that? Amazon UK?
No, just Amazon. Go to Amazon right now and type in Looney Quest, and they'll probably still have copies.
Yeah.
So. And it's just it adds so much. I mean, it's just because like instead of just like drawing the line, you have to like, oh, do I grab the key and then like unlock the spot that has the 2 stars and all kinds of fun stuff like that. So
yeah, there's 12 left in stock for 38.
Yep. And as both Paul and Barry buy a copy.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
If you have like kids in that like like 7 or older and they've played like games like if they played like any of like the Mario Party games, there's like definitely like even like Nintendo Land has a game called like Yoshi's Caravan or something like that, which is that game. You draw out the thing on the Wii U, you draw it out on the tablet, and then Yoshi follows what you draw, and you have to collect all the fruit that's on the board, and then bring Yoshi from the beginning, grab all the fruit, and get to the exit without running into any of the hazards. And so like my daughter plays that all the time, and so this one she was like, this is really fun, and we get home from school, and all I want to do is like just have like an hour of not work, and she's already got Looney Quest set up for me. She's like, come over here and play, Dad. I'm just like, I don't have time to do spatial recognition right now. I need like a half hour just to it reminded me of back in the day when I took phone calls all day long for a job, and I'd like get done working at 9, and my mother would call my cell phone at like 9:15, and she'd like want to tell me about her day or something like that. And this is horrible. I'm a horrible son. I'd be just like, Mom, I just spent 8 hours talking to people. I need at least an hour of not being on the phone right now. Just. I know you had a really interesting day and you want to tell me all about it, but I just need to. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna tell you one story, and then I'm gonna go. So I got this Defenders of Last Stand, right, and it came in the mail, and so like Richard Lanius was like, okay, I'm gonna send this to you. I was like, all right, that's cool, and I was like, look, I don't get home until after the post office has come by, so waive the signature, just have them drop it off and like waive the signature, and just you can have them put it in the door. And they're like, oh, okay. And he's like, all right, I'll do that. And I was like, good. And just like, because I hate going to the post office. It's like a 20-minute drive there, and it's a pain in the butt. And so I really wanted this. And so I get home, and there's a freaking card in my mailbox, and it's like, oh, it looked like rain today, so I didn't feel, even though it said waive signature, I didn't feel good about leaving it. And I was like, well. I thought, okay, the package was too big to put in the door then, right? I was like, okay, fine. I was annoyed. And then I call the post office like an idiot to complain because, like, they're going to do anything. They're just going to be like, they're going to be annoyed that I call. I got a busy signal. First of all, a busy signal in this day and age, you never get a busy signal. It's like they're working with 1980s technology. Their phone gets busy. So after, like, literally, and I'm like, every time I call, I'm just getting more and more annoyed. I finally get a phone call. Some guy gets on the phone. And he's just like, yeah, well, we delivered it. And I was like, no, you didn't. I got a card. He's like, I know, we made the attempt. I said, it said to waive the signature on it, didn't it? He's like, oh, well, it's like, it says, it's like, well, why didn't they do it? He's like, well, he said it didn't feel right because it looked like rain today. Well, we'd rather err on the side of caution. I said, I don't want to have to drive 20 minutes to get to the post office. I said, this guy paid big money for your service to drop it off with expressed interest saying leave it on there. And he's just like, well. I was like, well, you going to refund his money? No, we made the attempt. We made the attempt to deliver. No, you didn't. You didn't follow any of the directions. You didn't do anything right. And, like, this guy was, like, the most dismissive piece of crap I've ever dealt with on the phone ever. And they know, because they're the only game in town. I mean, it's just like, oh, well, what are you going to do? We already have your money. I got your package. You can yell at me all day long, but you're going to have to come and get it. You just know that's their mentality. And I was just like, oh, my God, I just want to smash your face in. And I was just like, and I was just... And so I was just, all right, I had to send something in the mail anyway today, so I was like, all right, I'll just, and so I pack up the kids, you get them in the car. Thankfully, my wife came home early from work, so I just grabbed my daughter and brought her with, but I didn't have to bring the little monster with me. But I was just like, all right, and plus, you missed this, I cut open I have a big giant cut in the bottom of my foot because I stepped on a construction joist in my garage, so my foot is killing me. And so I get there, and it's just like I walk in, and I was like, this guy's name was Rod. I mean, it's just even the name was just this. I was like, and what is your name? I was like, my name's Rod. I was like, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Rod, R-O-D. I was like, oh, great. I was like, and who's your boss? He's like, that's Renee. And I was like, and who's Renee? Renee's the postmaster general. I was like, all right, that's fine, whatever. You know, she's the postmaster for that little like shoebox of a post office. And I was just, all right, fine, whatever. And I get in there, and I see this guy, and it has got the little name Rod on it. I was just like, oh! Just sent my 2 packages, collected my thing, which was, maybe, like, it was, the standard. I can't even close this box. I'm so angry. Just. Well, like standard box width, like for a Ticket to Ride box. There, yeah. So standard width, like a little bit wider than this, like maybe an inch on each side. They could have put it in my door, but it's the post office. You wonder why they're talking about shutting you down. You ever notice the post office people? They never seem like they're in a rush for anything. When you walk into the post office, anything. They're just always slowly walking to wherever they gotta go get. I gotta go get a book of stamps. Hold on. Just like they never. I mean, it's just like everything's just moving in slow motion for them. Just like and they always have the same weird too, where it's just like there'll be a line of 60 people, waiting for the 2 people that are on duty. And the person that they're helping out, to send their like 1,800 wedding invitations, they want to have a conversation after it's done. It's like, oh, well, have you talked to Phyllis lately? Oh, I haven't. You're just like, you gotta be kidding me. You do see the rest of us in here. Just shut the whole thing down and outsource it to like UPS or FedEx or something. Just cut them all loose. Let them go look for a job in the free market where they don't have a union that just basically protects everything that they do. And there. So there. That's what I'm gonna. Does anybody have anything I want to say?
I wanted to ask you about an RPG thing.
A what? What do you want to know?
Monty Cook Games. You know them?
Yeah.
They did Numenera and The Strange, and they've got just
Numenera. I guess Numenera. I heard is like not very good, but The Strange is good. I've read the book. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay, they've just announced a new codex, which is kind of taking the cipher system from both games and making it so it's a universal system, so you can use it with whatever.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to ask what your thoughts were about it.
Well, I'd have to see it. I'd have to see what it looks like. But universal systems almost always suck. I mean, it's just like it never. I mean, you can say like D20 was like a universal system, but it was made for D&D, and it ported over okay to a couple other things, but like GURPS, not very good. That old Palladium series, not very good. It's just you need to focus on something. You need to centralize your game system on something. It's just that's the way it is, and it's just like that's why nobody has a universal system that like was universally liked. I mean, it just doesn't happen. The popularity just isn't there. It's a very audacious endeavor, but I mean, it just doesn't work.
Got it.
So, it's like.
What was that, Paul?
The adventure case. Robin didn't get to hear about that thing.
Oh, the adventure case. Yes, Robin, I'm going to spend some of your money. Go on a Kickstarter and type in adventure case. And yes,
Rhiannon's been tweeting about.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that. It looks really sweet, but it's a lot of money for me to get over here. For
For only $135, you can get a custom adventure case in white ash. That's right, ash, ASH, with your choice of finish and felt color. It ships to anywhere in the world. Includes brass hardware in filigree corners, double coated with custom varnish. Includes your choice of wood sculpt.
Huh.
So I think I mentioned before I use Hearst Arts for terrain. So I've got like a dice tray that I made out of Hearst Arts, which I use that. I don't know quite why I'd want a box.
Nobody likes a bragger.
I don't. I mean, any RPGing I do at home, so I don't need to transport my stuff around particularly.
What? I can't get one with the lights. Oh, what kind of crap is this?
Are there little dangly lights that hang off down there, so you can make it look like a porn, like a red light district? Like a little porn box on the side of the.
That's annoying. I gotta get the one with the Viking helmet on it. It looks awesome.
I think it's a fun project for somebody to try and do at home, maybe, but I don't see the need to. You know, if you're into woodwork or something like that.
Fun project to do at home.
Did you guys see the Fast and the Furious on Kickstarter?
What?
Yeah.
Game Sloot.
Yeah. The designers of Thunder Alley has the one redeeming piece of it, I guess. We'll see.
Yeah, Thunder Alley was a good game.
Yeah, I like that one.
It's the only game I am currently that I've played more than 5 times that I am currently undefeated. I am 9-0 on Thunder Alley, and so when I get asked if I'm going to play it, I have to I've been very selective so far with the people that I've chosen to play against.
Your cat.
I am. I'm like. I'm very. How many times have you played the game? Oh, it's my first time playing. Oh. Have you played a lot of race games? Nope. I played Formula D once. Okay. Let's go on to the next one. Actually, I've taught the game 27 times. Okay, I'm out. I'm sorry. Not gonna play this game. You have fun. I am 9-0 on Thunder Alley. I play my daughter a lot. And that's.
Does she count for those 9?
No, I don't count hers, but I mean, I use her to refine my ability on it. Just like I haven't lost to her either. She gets very upset with the game. Actually, my wife asked to play, but she's so ruthless. She'd probably beat me, and then I can't play. She's so competitive. She wants to beat me at everything all the time. So yeah, just like she'd probably like look up strategies and stuff and take it to me.
I got a question for you guys. I know about Barry, but what are your wife's attitudes to gaming? Are they gamers? Do they like playing games?
My wife will play a select few games. She doesn't like games with like a ton of rules. She likes games that like you can sit down and learn how to play it in a relatively quick manner. And then she is incredibly competitive when she plays them. I mean, like hates to lose. Like literally will be in a bad mood for like 10 minutes. You know, like she's almost one of those people that like it's no fun when you beat them. You know, because it's just like they just make it they make it no fun for you because and you can't ever like cheer for yourself or anything like that. You know, I mean I love her to death, but she's so competitive that it's just it's tough. So
I got to tell you, my wife nearly flipped the table this weekend. She doesn't like anything kind of thematic with anything that is slightly nerdy, superheroes, zombies, whatever. So Dead of Winter, we play with unicorns, not with zombies. And so this weekend we played Gambit 7, which is the European version of Wits and Wagers. So there's no theme there. It's just gambling on numbers. Because you're asked a question, it can be something completely random that nobody at the table's got any idea of what the answer's going to be. Like in Nepal, the third highest mountain is this, but how many feet is it below sea level or higher than sea level on a day when there's this much fog in 1947? And so you write down your answer, and whoever gets the closest, then and you bet on whoever you think's going to be the closest. Wits and wagers. And so these are questions that nobody has a clue how to answer. But some of them, because it's European or British, tends to be slightly angered towards Britain or the UK. And she just lost it on one question. She just said, "Oh, I don't fucking care about this game anymore." This is with my parents around the table. "I don't fucking care about this game anymore." Threw the thing down and stormed off to bed. It was, yeah, that was fun. So getting her to the gaming table next time, regardless of whether it's themed or not, could be quite tough. Anyway, we'll carry on. Joel?
Yeah. You guys getting an echo?
A little bit.
Now. Sorry. Yeah, my wife doesn't play very many games. Kind of like what Lance said there. You know, onesie twosies kinds of things. It's just kind of be in the mood. I have a feeling she plays less than Lance's wife even. Maybe yeah.
Well, my wife's favorite game in the world is Dungeon Quest. So I mean,
that's cool.
Take that for what you will. So I mean, it's just, but she just loves it just because like I can die really soon, and then she can laugh at me. So.
Yeah, my wife's favorite game is Ticket to Ride and Paperback, probably one of those two. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it.
All right, I'm serious.
We really enjoy the Africa map. With that, that's a lot of fun. That's
down in Africa.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, seriously, I gotta go to bed. So I can't even like if I let it run, you guys will just put your butts up on the cameras or something and get my YouTube thing canceled. So thank you all, Paul. Thank you, man, for joining up with us, man. It was cool. You should, you and Barry should get a podcast together and see how long you can stare at each other. But no, seriously,
thank you guys.
Yeah. You seriously, you just need to start yelling. I mean, that's what people have to learn with this group. It's just like if you don't just start. Shut up, Barry. If you don't, if you don't just start barking, you're gonna just get steamrolled. But yeah, Paul, just let me know any other time you want to be on, man.
Yeah, I'm cool.
All right, cool.
Definitely, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, we enjoyed having you on. So Barry, Joel, Robin. Joel, you did get this okayed with the boss, right? To be honest.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I got to cash in many favors and pull some strings. But...
All right, I just didn't want to get you in trouble. That's all. So, all right. Well, everybody who took the time to watch and ask questions or whatever, and all those who will watch this after the fact, thank you very much for tuning in. And I guess we'll see you next week.
Sure.
Bye.